Ooh. Ooh. My. My. Ooh. Ooh. What's going on, everybody? Oh, what's popping, y'all? It's the official King Pain Show. It's the home of the lituation wheel. Yes. Where pussy hole could always motherfucking never. Yes, it's the home of the lituation that's motherfucking lit. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Hey, Crown family. Drop some crowns in the chat. Okay? Period. Some disclaimers before we get started. Okay, this video is not made for kids, okay? Period. And everything being shown to you guys in this video is being shown to you guys underneath the fair use and copyright disclaimer, okay? On period. A pussy hole could always never take it however you want to take it. Just don't take it to the police. Guys, it's my motherfucking opinion mixed with receipts. What's going on, everybody? Yes, the official King Pain is back home with after being detained by detectives today. Oh, in the Tory Lanez versus Megan Thee Stallion trial. Oh, it's a lot of shit going on. It's a lot of shit going on. Okay, on period. It's the home of the lituation. Okay. Where there's no rusty, dusty, musty, crusty, raggedy, dirty, crispy, sissy, pissy, all pussy assholes allowed. Okay, if you come over here being any of those things, my moderators will escort your dusty ass out. And Tory Lanez, that's you. What's going on, Crown family? The official King Pain has been flatlined. Downtown Los Angeles, okay, on period, at the Superior Courthouse, covering the Megan Thee Stallion versus Tory Lanez court trial. And when I showed up to court today, okay, I was greeted by detectives. Detective Sneed and Detective Woods, okay, from the district attorney's office. Allegedly, they need to talk to me regarding some comments I made on my YouTube platform. Yes, they did. So y'all know I strolled all into court late like I do, okay, on period. That's how they caught my ass. That's how they motherfucking caught my ass, okay, because I be talking too motherfucking much, okay, on period. Yeah. So I came into court with about motherfucking 10, 20 year with, and I was greeted by detectives. You know, they said, official King Pain. I said, it's the official. Can I help you? They was like, yeah, we need to talk to you. I said, well, I have to go to court right now. I have to be somewhere. I need to be in court. I'm on my way upstairs. They said, it's okay. It'll only take a moment. I said, no, court is starting now. I said, am I going to be able to get into court? They say, guys, I'm going to make sure you get into court. I said, what, y'all going to walk me in? Because court is starting. Okay. They said, yes, we're going to walk you in. I said, okay, let's go. And I figured, you know, it was better that I go with them anyway, because I was already late. Girl, pussy hole probably wasn't even about to get into court when, okay? Little do you know I was running late today, okay, on period. So I said, let me go on with them, okay, on period, because these hoes about to walk me in. And that's just on Periana, girl. And let me tell you, motherfuckers. I got something to tell you. Oh, girl, motherfucking detective, district attorney, Detective Sneed is so motherfucking fine. fine win, girl. I was like, arrest me, man. Take me with you. No, I'm serious. He was so fucking fine. I was like, girl, what happened? So they wanted to talk to me about some of the stuff that I said on my YouTube channel, specifically in regards to the juror, okay, the one that got into the elevator with Tory Lanez. Oh, whole time I'm thinking I'm in trouble. Whole time I'm thinking I'm in trouble. Trouble. Okay, on period. It had to be something. Something I said, okay, on period. Okay, something I said, okay, then made the motherfucking shade room, all of the blogs. Shout out to Kim Barbie, okay, for tagging a bad bitch, okay, on period. Yikes, yikes. But I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, okay, on period. And you know, there has to be some validity to my claims for it to make it all the way to the district attorney's office and for them to be pulling me out of court. Okay, on period. And for them to be pulling the juror I've seen out of court as well. He said this is in regards to the juror because we have to make some last minute decisions in regards to alternates. So like I told you guys, that juror is going to be pulled. Okay, you heard it here first. Okay, they're getting ready to swap her out. Okay, so all of those people, they're alleging that Tory has, you know, the jurors set up, and you know they don't want to swap them out, and uh, I feel like the swapping of the jurors and for the alternates will probably get some of those claims because allegedly the whole jury is set up and paid off. Word on the street. That's what I heard, when girl. But y'all didn't hear that shit from me. Y'all didn't hear that shit from me. So I think that would dent some of the allegations that are out there. But yeah, they wanted to talk to me. They wanted to talk to me, girl. They asked me to come with them. Okay, on period. And I went. Okay, on period. I only went because, they sent an angel to pick me up. Okay, on period, girl. I'm telling you. Detective Sneed was heavenly, okay, on period. Yes, he did. Heavenly, okay. Yes, it did, girl. Yes. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, you're so motherfucking fine. Oh, I hope you watching this video and buy me lunch tomorrow with this fine ass. Okay. Detective Sneed, you got my number, friend. So fine. Detective Sneed is so fucking fine. Girl! Ooh, what was I talking about? What was I talking about? Girl. So they had a whole bunch of questions to ask me about the juror. And they specifically wanted to know if I heard, anything that may have been said. I was like, no, they prevented me from getting into the elevator. The bodyguard, put his arm out and he blocked me off. And, just as he did that, the juror sort of kind of walked around and went in. And he said, do you think that they recognize the juror? I said, well, I recognize her. She has a very, provocative look. And they asked me to elaborate on provocative. I said, well, she wears those scandalous clothes and, she never has on a bra. Okay. And, she knew that, that was Tory and that is his entourage. So, in my mind, her getting on the elevator with Tory was intentional. So, what else did they ask me? They was asking me a lot of shit, girl. They was asking me a lot of shit, specifically about the juror, what she had on. They want to know if I heard anything. They asked me about the elevator because, you know, when the security blocked me from getting on the elevator, he's like, we're full. He said, what, did he say anything? I said, yeah. He said, we're full. We're at capacity. We're full. He was like, well, do you think they were full? I was like, no. I said, because I took a cruise recently and those elevators have a capacity of 18 and, you know, they're on the water. You know what I'm saying? And here we are on land, you know, on a slab of concrete. I said, I know those elevators can hold at least 18 people. You know, he said, well, how many people was in Tory's entourage? I said, probably about 10 or 12. So later on, we went to go check the capacity on the elevator, girl. And the elevators have a capacity of 26 people. They had no motherfucking business blocking anybody from getting on them fucking elevators when. The fuck? Weird. I'm just saying. Okay, oh, period. Tell the truth, say the devil. All I could do is tell y'all my truth. I got detained today by the district attorney detective, 2 district attorney detectives. Okay, I'm hearing one of them was fine as shit. They told me that Tory Lanez defense attorneys wanted to have me question. And I don't know if I should be nervous or girl, but people that are close to me are reporting that Tory Lanez is watching this story. So I don't know what's going on when. I don't know what's going on when. But the official Kingpin will not be silenced. And that's just on period. The official Kingpin will not be silenced. Okay, on period. And that's exactly what I told the district attorney's office. Okay, and that's just on period. Periana, girl. Guys. Because, you know, they're asking me, you know, all of these questions when, and I'm trying to figure out, you know, like what their intentions is of having me, and you know, detained like these. You know, am I in trouble? They said you're not in trouble. Okay. Then why am I here? You know, he said we just want, you know, to get an official statement. You know, I made comments on my blog. You know, they wanted an official statement. I said I'm not gonna have to testify no shit like that because I'm not with no shit. I didn't want to. I told y'all I didn't want to report this shit. Okay, I was just talking to y'all, Crown family. Who done this shit? Who done this shit? Who done this shit? Had me all motherfucking hemmed up at the motherfucking courthouse. Okay. Detective Sneeze smell good though. It's good that you motherfucker. I just want to rub. Okay, let me start. Rub your head and make you feel all right. Yes, I did. Girl, so when they was done questioning me, they took me down to the courtroom. Okay, the district attorney's office is on the 16th floor. Okay, and the trial is going on the 15th floor. Okay, on period. So we caught the elevator down. Me and Detective Sneed. I guess Detective Woods had something to do. He had to go file some papers on period. So Detective Sneed, okay, walked me to the door. Okay, on period. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He escorted me into the courtroom. Okay, and when I got to the courtroom, they were reluctant to let me in. They did not want to let me in. The trial had already started. There was no more room. I said, oh, now you playing. I said, Detective Sneed, you look good to the motherfucker with, okay, on period, but you do not want to see the official campaign, okay? You do not want to see the official campaign, okay, on period, and that's just on period. I was ready to go live on the air. I said everything I said, Detective, I will not be silenced. I said, Detective, I said, can I have your name, please? That's how I got his name. That's how I got. I didn't have his name until they would have let me in the courtroom, and that's when I asked for his name because girl, my fucking live finger was motherfucking itching. Okay, I was itching to go motherfucking live. When I said, girl, what? I said, y'all promised me. The only reason I agreed to go with y'all and give y'all the statement win is because y'all promised me that y'all was gonna walk me into this court and I wasn't gonna miss the tea. I said it's very important that I be in there today because the homeowner is giving eyewitness testimony. I need to get in there. I said, I will not be silenced. He said, hold on, give me a second. Oh, what a sexy ass. Okay, on period. And just like I thought, okay, on period, my big, tall, handsome, black knight in shining armor, okay, came through to say the motherfucking day on period. And you know, they allowed me to come in and I was right on time, okay, just as they called the first witness, okay, Sean Kelly, the owner of the home that Tory shot Meg in front of. Let's talk about it. Matter of fact, let's motherfucking argue, okay, on period. The homeowner places the gun in Tory's hands, okay, on period. We're going to motherfucking talk about it. I have all the receipts right here. I take very good notes, okay, on period. Cornell notes at that. And I have a lot of things to share with you guys. There were a lot of new developments in court on today, as well as some things from court on yesterday because EJ testified yesterday. So I'm going to start off with things that happened on today because I'm sure you guys heard a lot about EJ's testimony, and I'll get into EJ's testimony, okay, and exactly what I thought of EJ's testimony, okay. But again, before that, we're going to get into the eyewitness testimony from Sean Kelly, okay? Okay, who's ready to get lit? Who's ready to get lit? Okay, on period. Y'all know official campaign gonna keep it lit. Okay, even though it's court win. Okay, even though it's the board win. Okay, on period. The official campaign is going to make it a lituation. Period. That's why I love my fucking perspective because my perspective is always gonna be lit. Everybody hashtag let's go. Everybody hashtag let's go. I wait. I wait. Ooh. I wait. Everybody hashtag let's go. Everybody hashtag let's go. Crown family roll call. Crown family roll call. Crown family roll call win. Yes, okay. Oh, boots on the motherfucking ground. Shout out to Patricia Gordon in the motherfucking building. I know that's right. Yes. Hey, Sister Sweet Knees, the real Angela B. Okay, and Unforgiving Neek. Okay, I'm here. Everybody pray for me, okay? Because Tori and his people is watching me, girl. Okay, on period. Tori and his people is watching me, girl. Okay, they better stop playing with God's child. They better stop playing with God's child, okay, on period, because I will not be intimidated or pressed. Okay, contrary to what them other raggedy hoes is talking about, okay? Ain't nobody a girl. Ain't no nappy headed hole press the official campaign. And that's just on period. The fuck, again? Like I said, I got escorted in by detectives. The fuck? No telling what them other hoes is doing to motherfucking get in. And that's just on period. You want to talk about it, click the motherfucking link. You want to motherfucking argue, click the motherfucking link. Ain't no telling what them other hoes is doing to get in. I said it. Motherfuckers all in the elevator with Tory and shit. Or congregating with Tory and shit. Or how you non-biased, but you in the party. You can't be non-biased. You can't be non-biased if you're congregating with the defense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. That's why a lot of them other blogs is watered down. Okay, on period, because they bought and sold for a like and a follow. And let's talk about it. Everybody has sex. Let's go. Shout out to J. Marie in the motherfucking building. I'm telling the motherfucking truth. Shout out to Miss Boss in the motherfucking building. And somebody got to do it. Lady Snoop, why you not down at the court win? Lady Snoop, why you not down at the court win, friend? I want to see you down at the court win tomorrow, win, friend. And if you need the information, just inbox me on Instagram. Where I need to see, why you not down at the court? Make it make sense. You're right in LA. So everybody, shout out to Lady Snoop TV. Make sure you guys are following Lady Snoop. Okay, on period. She lit too. And okay, on period. We need somebody else to come. We need the black media, to come out for this. Okay, on period. Us black media people on YouTube. Period. Shout out to Nick Q in the motherfucking building. Jaira, being 88. What's going on? Baby Shay. Okay, on period. Soria, you was over on Nosy Hoes watching me. Okay, on period. Yes, and everybody stream my new song, Just Do It. Yes, everybody go stream my new song, Just Do It. Everybody go stream my new song, Just Do It, on all streaming platforms. Yes, the Official Campaign does music too. Okay, on period. And I don't have to shoot nobody in the foot to sell. I said it. I said it. I don't have to shoot nobody in the foot to get streamed. Shout out to LaShondra Gillard in the motherfucking building. Oh, what's going on, everybody? Bridgerton White in the motherfucking building. I didn't have to shoot nobody in the foot for my clout. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I motherfucking said it. Get mad. Oh. Okay. Little guy. That's what they were calling him in court today. Get mad, little guy. Shout out to Lee Love in the motherfucking building. Gems and Jams show. What's going on? LaShawn Cleveland in the motherfucking building. I know that's right. I know that's right. To persuade the woo-woo. Hey, everybody. It's the audacity for me. Sipping cute. Okay, for Tory Lanez seem to want to have me question what I got to do with all of this. What I got to do with all of this. Okay, on period. Because I'm the only person in court with an opposing opinion. All them other hoes in court want to see Tory walk free with here, okay? All them other hoes in court is constantly looking for some kind of excuse as to how Tory ain't did it. As if they shitted the little fucker out themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like as if it's one of your babies. You know how black mamas is. Oh, not my baby. That's what they give. That's very much so what they're giving in court. That's very much so what they're giving. The girls are very much so intimidating. Okay, trying to intimidate me. Okay, on period. But the Official Campaign will not be intimidated. Okay, on period. If you know anything about the Official Campaign, I'm gonna stand my motherfucking ground and I'm gonna say what the fuck I got a motherfucking say, and that's exactly what's going on in the lobby. And shout out to Simply Alicia in the motherfucking building. Hey, Fred. Yes, the girls was upset. Oh, Sonya J in the motherfucking building. Okay. This time, yes, he did. Yes, he did. It's the damn river for me. Girl, they tried to toss Megan in the river. I'm going to tell you all about it. I got the eyewitness testimony. Is that Daddy coronavirus? Yeah, my motherfucker. You. Hey, real. Yes, he did. Ooh, everybody share this live out. I want everybody tagging the Shade Room, Hollywood Unlocked, Neighborhood Talk, and everybody else, okay? Because all of the other blogs are not telling the truth. All of the other blogs are leaning, cheerleading for Tory. Period. I gotta call it how I see it. Okay, the Lord sent me up there for a reason. Okay, He sent me up there to tell it like a TI is. I don't have no foot in this fight. Okay, this don't have shit to do with motherfucking me. Okay, outside of me getting to the truth. Okay, I want to know like everybody else who shot Meg. That's all I want to know. All this other motherfucking shit is irrelevant. Who Meg fucking, who Kelsey fucking, who Tory fucking, what Tory body looked like, his dick print, and all of that. Like, all of that is irrelevant information when it comes to who shot Meg, who pulled the trigger, what the fuck happened with. Period. Oh, Megan Thee Stallion is in the motherfucking building. It's Megan Thee Stallion is watching my motherfucking video. Shout out to Megan Thee Stallion. Okay, on period. Everybody hashtag Megan's not lying. Okay, Megan's telling the truth. Okay, period. I've been saying that all along. Okay, everybody hashtag Megan's telling the truth. Megan Thee Stallion's in my motherfucking life. Okay, on period. I know that's right. I know that's right. Janika Thompson in the motherfucking building. Okay, on period. Shout out to Yo, what's going on? Yes, okay, on period. Shout out to everybody here. Shout out to everybody watching. A girl. Okay, it's up and it's motherfucking stuff. Shout out to Mega Bucks. Okay, on period. Oh, it's time to get this show started. Everybody hashtag let's go. Everybody hashtag let's go. On period. Yay! Share this live out. Share this live out. The Shade Room, okay? Neighborhood Talks, Hollywood Unlocked. Share this live to all the blogs. Any blog you know, okay? And Ken Barbie, share this live out. Share Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that was when y'all cast that super chat Venmo Zelle. Girl, girl. I don't know what the fuck that was. Y'all make sure the front door is locked. Yes, make sure it's locked. Shit, I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh my goodness, them hoes were supposed to be over there hoping, wishing, and praying. I'm hoping that the Fisher King Page just shut the fuck up already. But a pussy hole could always motherfucking never. Y'all share this live, but I want y'all tagging everybody. I want y'all to tag every motherfucking body. Because I'm here to tell a motherfucking truth when. Shit. Shit. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all see me? Should I be spooked and nervous? Should I be spooked and nervous? I'm gonna lock my door too. Okay. We back. We back. Everybody hashtag let's go. Everybody hashtag let's go. Period. We're gonna keep this situation going. We're gonna keep this situation going. Everybody hashtag let's go. Girl, shout out to Chit Chat, shout out to Black Jacks, shout out to the Audacity, shout out to Lisa Lyons, shout out to everybody watching, shout out to everybody in the bushes, J. Marie, Sonia J. Okay, on period. Dante, Miss Dee, Angie, okay? Shout out to everybody here, okay, on period. We will not be silenced. We will not be silenced. I'll be dropping the link later on in live to hear from you guys, okay? I want to hear from you guys. I want to know exactly what you guys think, okay, on period. And, matter of fact, let me drop the link right now, okay? At any time during the live, if you guys want to come up and ask any questions, you guys can come on up and ask any questions that you like, okay? Pause me, if I'm going too fast, or if you need some clarity on exactly what was said in court, okay? So yeah, I finally make it in court today, thanks to Detective Sneed. Again, shout out to Detective Sneed, okay? And I'm right on time for the first witness, okay? Which is Sean Kelly. Okay, on period. Sean Kelly. Girl. Let me take this call win. Shout out to Talking Faces. Let me take this call win. Okay, on period. So I can get my mind together. Okay, on period. Because girl, that was scary. Oh, hey, friend, what's going on?
Hey, friend. You know what? I was on the Wiley show and he asked me, he said, we got breaking news. He said, Talking Faces, you were on with the official King Payne
Oh,
when
you
he,
know my name?
yes,
You knew my name today. Weird. Okay.
yes. He
Yes, we
said,
made
you
the
were,
blogs, friend. We was on all the blogs.
yeah, I saw it. I saw it on TikTok and I didn't know what he was talking about when he asked me that. And then later on, I was looking. And I just answered the question. I said, yeah, I was on there, and he did say that, one of the jurors, he saw him get in the elevator. Then later, that's when I saw it on the blog. And I was like, look at the official King Payne. He done gone viral and took me viral with him.
Okay, on period. I always said we gonna be lit together as a family. It's a crown family all the way to the top, and that's just on period. Yes, he
Oh
did.
my God. And then now you telling me that they actually pulled you in and asked you questions?
Yes,
Oh
they
my
did.
God.
They
And
pulled the
you
juror
told
too.
me you didn't want to tell. You said I'm not going to tell nobody. Well, looks like people did it for you because it was everywhere.
Okay,
Well, I'm
period.
gonna drop back down so you can get to the tea, honey, because I've heard some of it, but I want to hear you tell it.
Okay, on period. I know that's right because I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm gonna tell everything because they're not telling everything. They're not even telling. a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what courtroom that they're sitting in. I don't know what binoculars that they're watching from, what lenses, but a lot of the things that a lot of these media outlets, specifically the black media outlets, are in the courtroom. There's a lot of the stuff that they're saying is simply just is not true, and they'll
They're just
argue me
leaving out
down.
stuff.
They're leaving out exactly. They're leaving out stuff that benefit Tory. But why? What is Tory doing for you?
You know what? It's like this culture of once they poisoned everybody against Megan, Tory was very successful at doing that. He was very successful. That's one of the reasons why I believe that Megan went on Gayle King's show, because she saw the narrative being pushed about her. And that even now there are some bloggers that are reporting that the man actually said that he saw three people beating Megan up and that he felt like they were going to kill her and dump her in a river, and they say that they think he was lying about that. I don't think he was lying. I think he was giving his perception of what he thought they were going to do to
Absolutely.
her, because he
He's
didn't
on the
know.
outside looking in. He don't know what's going on. He was
Right,
woken up out of his sleep, and that's what he saw from his balcony, from the
right,
angle that he was at. So you guys got to think it's dark, and he just woke up. His baby is crying. There's gunshots ringing out, and he's just giving you his perception that you can't take everything that he's saying as fact. You have to think. You
right.
have to put yourself in his shoes and have you ever witnessed a fight? Like you didn't know exactly what was going on, but you can account for what you saw.
Exactly. And the fact that he
So
saw
he
her
was
drop, he didn't know whether that was a lethal wound or not. And so he may have thought that they were trying to maybe get rid of the body. And he kept saying that she was kicking. She was kicking because she didn't want to get back in the car with them and they were forcing her in the car. But
absolutely,
anyway, let me go down so I can let you get to the tea.
absolutely. Talk to you soon. Thank you for
All
coming
right.
up. Yes, he did. Okay, so let's get into the eyewitness testimony from the homeowner. Okay, so when I got in there, the homeowner was saying how, he didn't know that it was gunshots. He was being questioned by the defense. Okay, he was saying that he thought that it was fireworks at first. Okay, um, the defense didn't like that response, so they were like, "You are you talking about the muzzle flash?" He kept, you know, trying to make it about a gun. You know, trying to again what I call place the gun on somebody. Um, and the witness was very reluctant to do that because he said he never saw a gun. Okay, and we're going to get into it exactly because he later uh, 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 clearly stated that Tory was the gunman. I don't know why people are not reporting that. Okay, he clearly said that Tory is the trigger man. Okay, and he fired the gun at least 5 times. They only played 5 shots. What are we talking about? The 5 shots that was played, or was there more shots? Like, what's going on with the gunshots? Because I counted 6 gunshots in court today, but everyone has been saying only there only have been 5 gunshots, and that possibly two people, two gunmen. Okay, but the way that the shots rang out, there's no way that Tory passed the gun off to somebody and then they continued to fire the weapon. And there's no way the way the shots were ringing out, okay, because I timed them, that there could have been two gunmen. It's impossible based upon the audio of the gunshots, okay? And I'm telling you guys the truth. The other girls are making it up. They don't think logical. I'm not here reporting the bullshit or the fluff. I'm here reporting you what I feel is logical and the stuff that everybody is leaving out. A lot of them girls are delusional and they want you to believe this fairy tale. But when it comes down to who shot Meg, I'm not talking about reasonable doubt. Fuck all that. The eyewitness, the homeowner said, okay, that Tory was the gunman. Megan Thee Stallion said Tory was the gunman. And Kelsey said Tory was the gunman. Okay, so now let's get into the eyewitness testimony. So they were referring to Tory as the smaller gentleman. Okay, he said that Tory got out of the vehicle shouting. Okay, and then he saw flashes of gunfire. So the defense kept on asking, well, where did you see the gunfire? You know, where did you see the flashes? He said near the female. Okay, mind you, it's dark. It was dark. He said, I seen flashes near the female, but he said when Tory got out the car, he immediately seen flashes. Okay. He asked, where are the girls located? And remember, this is the defense attorney, okay? This is Tory's team. He's asking the witness, where are the girls? He said they are on the passenger side, standing outside. He said, Tory came around the car. He said the aggressor, the girl aggressor, which was Kelsey, got in the car, and then he seen the flashes go off. Okay. Then he seen Megan fall to the ground, crawl, and stumble to the other side of the street. Okay. The defense asked him, did you ever hear at any time anybody say, dance, bitch, dance? Hey, Messi, you want to come on up? You can come on up if you want. Okay, I'm here. I'm just going over the case. Okay, I'm here. Oh. He stated that he never heard anybody say dance, bitch, dance, but he said that he heard their conversation quite clearly. And I don't know. I think the guy is British. I'm not sure, but he turned red in the face when they asked him to repeat the curse words that that Tory was saying, the obscenities that Tory was spewing, and he would not. He was like mother effer and b, and even that turned him red in the face. Just an observation that I made. He went on to say that I never saw a gun, just flashes. He said, where did you see the flashes? He said, by the girl. The girl is Kelsey, okay? The girl aggressor, that's Kelsey. He refers to Kelsey as the girl aggressor because, again, he doesn't know these parties. He's from the outside looking in. He was watching from his balcony in terror, okay, as his child was crying, from the loud noises, okay? He said all four of them were fighting. He said he believed it was the girl at first. And I want to pause right there. Because a lot of people were confused, as to what belief mean. You know what I'm saying? Believe, when he was referring to, every time he referred to the female aggressor, the girl aggressor, he said, I believe, I believe, I believe. I believe is not a definite answer. That's maybe. I believe means maybe. Okay. The definition of believe is hold something as an opinion, think, or suppose. He supposed, he thinks, maybe there were flashes coming from the female aggressor. Okay, so if you take out I believe when he refers to the girl aggressor and you replace it with maybe, then you will have a better understanding of the eyewitness testimony. Because when he was referring to Tory Lanez, he was for sure, he was certain that Tory Lanez was the gunman. And Tory Lanez shot Megan. Let's talk about it. Matter of fact, let's argue. The link is in the chat. Okay? The link is in the chat. Period. Moving right along, Win. Okay? He went on to say that he thought they were playing with fireworks. He thought it was some drunk kids that stopped outside being reckless and they were playing with fireworks. He said, who had the fireworks? He said, I believe one of the girls. Okay. He said, you stated in your testimony that Tory tried to take the gun. Okay. Sean Kelly said, I never said that. I never said that. He said they were fighting. He said they were all fighting. And never at no point did he see Tory try to take the gun or break anything up. Okay. He said Tory was angry, very angry. And he said that he was shouting obscenities and he was louder than everyone else. He was the most irate. He was the most aggressive. He was doing the most. That's what he said. Shout out to Nika Knight in the motherfucking building, girl. Yes, he did. Yes, he motherfucking did. Okay. Then he went on to say the flashes came from him. This made the defense attorney upset. Okay. This made the defense attorney upset. He said, so he didn't grab the gun when they were fighting? He said, no. He said, Tory appeared when the flashes went off. He said, are you sure? There wasn't another shooter, like another person with the gun. And, he kept on saying that, I never said that I seen a gun. But he said that, it wasn't like, Tory said, excuse me, I need to have my gun. It's my turn. He said that he never seen Tory try to take the gun from anyone or anyone try to take the gun from Tory. Okay. He said, initially you said that you seen the girl with the gun. He said, I never said that. I never said that, it was the girl. He said, I believe I seen flashes by the girl. And then he said that Kelsey and Tory did it together. He said they both were shooting. And again, this is the defense badgering the witness, okay? He gives a much clearer testimony to the prosecution in the cross, okay? But he said he called 911 and that both Kelsey and Tory were shooting and that they did it together, okay? The defense says, maybe Tory was fighting to get the gun. Wait, maybe they were fighting to get the gun from Tory. Is that what was said? And he said, and he was just like, they all were fighting, okay? He said the driver was fighting too. He said they all were fighting. Okay. He said, was he separating the fight between the girls? He said, he could have been, but they all were fighting. Okay. He seen Tory with the gun in his hand. He saw flashes. He never seen a gun. He said 2 guns or 1. He said, I don't know. He just saw flashes. Okay. And then they objected because, there was a lot of objections because Tory's defense is doing a lot of leading the witnesses, okay? Not allowing them to answer the questions, just, doing a lot of speculating. And then, all he's requiring them is like a yes or a no. Like some of the witnesses were trying to give like, uh, 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 some background to the answer, and he was like, no, just yes or no, yes or no. So he wouldn't let allow people to give a full response. It's a lot going on in the court, but the witness went on to say the 2 girls were fighting, both of them, and then Tory hops out of the car. And next thing you know, all 3 of them are beating Megan. He said Tory jumps out instantly, and then that's when the fireworks. He kept on saying fireworks because again, he said he never saw a gun. He thought they were playing with fireworks. He said the 3 of them was beating her while she was in the fetal position. Okay, curled up on the floor. They were all beating her. Quan, Kelsey, and Tory. Okay, they were all beating her. Next thing you know, the police were coming, and he said it looks like they were trying to throw her in the water. Okay, looks like they were trying to throw her in the river. He said he it looked like they were trying to kill her. Said it looked like they were trying to kill her and throw her in the river. And next thing you know, he said Quan said something about the police. He said the big guy said something about the police. He heard sirens, and they were like, throw her in a car, and then they tossed her in a car. He said it appeared like they were trying to kill her as they dragged her across the street towards the river. He thought they were going to toss her into the Los Angeles River. Okay, somebody fell into the Los Angeles River like a few months back, and they still haven't found him. So they could have tossed her ass in there, kicking and screaming, and we may not find her. Okay, we may not have found her. So yeah. And with all 3 of them beating Megan simultaneously, it's starting to feel like, they conspired to take Megan out, or this was some sort of sacrifice, or, they just left the Jenner's home. This could be some Illuminati shit. Okay. You never know. Okay. The witness said that he was woken up by the fighting. Okay. And then he went on to say, he didn't see, Tory get out. We just know that, he appeared when the gunshots happened. Tory appeared, the flashes appeared when Tory appeared. Tell the truth, shame the devil. The flashes appeared when Tory appeared. That's what he said when. He said Meg climbed into the car to try to get away, kicking and screaming. Okay. And she was holding him off for a little bit, and then somebody walked around the car. I think he said the small guy, Tory Lanez, walked around the car and pulled Meg out the other side, and they continued to beat Meg on the other side of the car. Okay, they continued to stomp Meg out. Okay, beat Meg. Okay, Tory Lanez had the pistol in his hand. For all you know, he was pistol whipping Meg too. He's pistol whipping Meg too. Meg said after that, she didn't remember clearly what had happened, and she didn't want to accuse the wrong person. She had a concussion. He hit her in her head so hard that she didn't remember what had happened directly after. He said he was swinging the gun everywhere as they beat her. He said somebody came around, opened the passenger door, and they dragged Meg out. Quan. Oh, he said Quan dragged Meg out of the car. Oh, let me stop. He said Quan, not Tory. It was Quan who dragged Meg out of the car. Yes, he did. Oh, so then he said no further questions. Okay. The defense rested there, and then the cross. It was time for the cross examine, which I was excited for because it's giving winning team vibes. Okay, on period, guys. The district attorney's office is giving winning team vibes. Okay, on period. That motherfucking district attorney Abbott is finding the fucking shit. Okay, on period. I'm trying to tell you when. I'm in court looking for my motherfucking husband. When one of these attorneys win, okay, on period, yes. One of these detectives, a girl win, okay, on period, a girl, yes. Anyway, it's time for the cross. So it's time for the cross, and they asked Sean Kelly about the 911 call, the initial call to the police, and they're very strategic today. The prosecution was whooping the defense ass today. They was very strategic in their line of questioning and was wrapping their ass up, was wrapping the defense up. The defense was shaking in their motherfucking boots today, okay? It was fucking the motherfucking defense up, okay? The defense was motherfucking making weird ass threats and some more shit. We're gonna talk about it towards the end of the slide, okay? But he asked him if he remembered what was said in the 911 call, because he had never said anything about there being a female gunman until he met with the defense investigators, okay, until he met with the investigator for Tory's team, okay. They manipulated this man into saying that there was a female shooter. There was never no female shooter, okay, unless there is some audio, okay, unless there's some gunshots that they're not playing in court. Okay, mind you, they only found 4 casings. Okay, and another casing was found in the witness's house. Okay, on period. So that's 5 casings right there. But I heard 6 gunshots in the audio play today, and they keep speaking to this 5 gunshots. So unless and then again, these gunshots rang out consecutively back to back. So unless there is some additional audio, there were some other gunshots. There's only one gunman. There was only one gunman. Okay, there is no break between the gunshots. There is no break between the gunshots. Okay. So in the initial 911 call from Sean Kelly to 911, he said that there is a violent attack happening outside his home. There are men outside beating the girls, okay? He said they are beating the girls, okay? He asked them who was beating the girls. He said, Quan. He refers to Quan as the big guy, Tory as the little guy, and Kelsey as the girl aggressor. Okay, so it was Quan, Kelsey, and Tory. He said all 3 were beating the woman on the ground. So Meg is the woman on the ground. Okay. He said the short guy was shouting obscenities as the muzzle was going off. So he doesn't recall him saying dance, bitch, dance, but he does recall him saying, shouting obscenities as he was shooting at Meg. And so he definitely was saying something as he fired at Meg, and it seemed a little bit odd because, he said that he was close enough to hear what they were saying, but he didn't recall anything exactly. He didn't repeat anything verbatim. Again, when they tried to make him repeat some stuff verbatim, he turned red in the face, and he refused to repeat any of the cuss words. So yeah, but when he was talking about Tory, he said that he said he started to shout when the muzzle went off. Then he started to fight with the others. Okay, so after he shot Meg, they all continued to beat Meg. He was very agitated, and he was firing everywhere. 4 to 5 shots, several came out of the car. He came out of the car to shoot the girl. Megan just kept kicking. Then she fell to the ground. She was bleeding. Okay. And then I have my note right here. I said, and then the gunshots is exhibit 12, exhibit number 12. Okay. The gunshot audio is exhibit number 12. Okay. In the gunshot audio, I said 6 shots rang out. Okay. I have it in my notes. Okay. I counted. Okay. He said, after Megan fell to the ground, he recalls her crawling and stumbling across the road. Okay. Um, all he remembers is telling his son to get onto the floor. Okay. He was more concerned with his son than he was concerned with them. Okay. And then he went on to state that his son found a cartridge case in their home. He went on to say that, again, he never saw the gun with the girl. He kept saying this over and over. I never saw the gun with the girl. And then he was saying, I believe there were flashes near the girl, but he never placed the gun with the girl at any time. Did he say that he was certain that the gun was with Kelsey? He always said, I believe, and he always said flashes. Anytime he said anything about a muzzle or a gun, he said, you are the one that keep trying to make this about a gun. He said, I don't know nothing about a gun. He said, again, I thought it was fireworks. He said he thought it was fireworks. He said it was very dark and I'm above. He was up in his balcony in his beautiful mansione, okay, on Sunset Boulevard. He said he was up in his balcony and he was looking from above and it was dark. He said it looked like a girl may have been shooting. But he was sure, he was absolutely positive, Tory Lanez, when it comes to who had the gun, that it was Tory. Let's be clear. All that other shit, exactly, LaVon, let's be clear. All that other fluff is bullshit. Motherfuckers just are looking for a sensational story. This is what he said in court. He said Tory was the gunman. That's what he said. That's what we're here for. Who shot Meg, right? Who pulled the trigger? That's why I'm here. If you're not here for that, I don't know what the fuck you're here for. I'm not here for the whole reasonable doubt shit. I came to figure out what happened to Meg. When? Okay? And Tory did it. He said all he saw was Meg's legs kicking all the time. He said Megan was fighting for her life. She just kept kicking and kept kicking and kept kicking. And then she was shot. And then he said after she got shot, she curled into a ball and crawled across the street. He was shouting the N-word at Megan, mother effer at Megan. This is what he was saying. Because, he turned red in the face. He didn't want to say the curse words. He said this. He said N-words. He was saying N-words. He was shouting N-words. He was shouting mother effers at Megan in a torrent of abuse. He described it as a torrent of abuse, okay? So he was on a rampage. He said that Tory Lanez was going crazy. He described Tory Lanez's demeanor as going crazy. He was going crazy. That's what he said. He was really extremely agitated. He was the loudest one, and he was doing the most. That's what he said. That's what he said. And the girls want to make like, oh, he ain't pistol whip her. He shot her and whipped her. Fuck is you talk about? Shot her, then beat her ass. Tried to toss her in the river. That's what he said. Tell the truth. Them hoes are drinking the same tea as Tory. I'm trying to told you. So then they start asking him questions about Tory because, they trying to figure out where Tory came in because, at first he said that, he didn't see Tory, he's the little guy in the situation. Okay. He says that, it wasn't dark, Tory wasn't visible. Okay. But everything happened instantly. He says, Tory hopped out of the car and then instantly he heard the gunshots and seen the flashes. He didn't see the flashes until Tory hopped out. He said this all happened simultaneously. They're trying to say, oh, he hopped out, then this happened, then that happened. He said, no. All of this happened at once. He said Tory hopped out the car and then there were flashes, gun flashes. And he said Tory was the one waving the gun and pulling the trigger. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said the flashes was going off near a female. He never said a female was pulling the trigger. Never. He said Tory was pulling the trigger. Tell the truth, shame the devil. He said it happened instantly. He said they all got out very quickly. He said, I never saw a gun. They were all fighting. He was the loudest. That's what he said. Y'all make sure y'all sharing this live out. Y'all make sure y'all sharing this live out. So now it's time for, wait. We already on the redirect. Okay. This is a redirect continued. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, I'm here. Because we went on break after that. Yeah, so this is my redirect continued. Yeah, because they had us go on break after that. Yes, they did. So we get back and the redirect continues, okay? He said when the flashes started, they were all out of the vehicle because, again, he's being, cross-examined. My. So then, they want, because they talk about the flashes because, it's after break and they want to refresh us on where we left off at. And then, he kind of redirects them back to, because, we were talking about the 911 call initially when, when he made the report, he never said anything about there being a girl gunman. Okay. In the initial 911 call, in the initial interview with the detective, he never said anything about there being a gun shooter until he met with Tory Lanez defense investigators. Okay, so he kind of, reels him in with these questions. Okay, the prosecution reels him in with these questions. Okay, so he asked him about the walkthrough with the defense investigator. Okay. And Sean Kelly described this walkthrough as sort of like a dry run. Okay. Before the actual recorded interview that he did with the defense investigator. Okay. He was coached by the defense. Okay. They kind of, pre-questioned him, kind of, set the foundation for the questioning. And then, when they felt like they knew how he would respond, they said, okay, we'll start the recording from here. Then the prosecution asked him, well, after, they asked you all those questions, didn't it seem a bit odd that, they started the recording, later? and then ask you all the same questions all over again. And then he responded that this whole thing seems odd. And then, everybody busts into laughter in the courtroom because this whole thing does seem odd. And I think we have another Talking Faces back. Let's see what's going on. Hey, friend, what happened?
Hey, one thing I wanted to focus on that you said that was very interesting is that in the beginning, the night that it happened, he never mentioned a girl.
No.
He mentioned that they were fighting. These people were jumping on fighting a girl, a female, three people fighting
Yes.
a girl. And then he mentioned also that there was a guy, the little guy, doing the shooting,
Mm-hmm.
and that it never came up about a female until he spoke to the defense. And that's what the defense do. When they speak to you, they start saying things like, well, could it been the female that shot the gun? Could that have been it? They say things like that to like lead you in the direction that they want you to go to get a response. And
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I think they did to him. And then they started to make him believe that he said that night, because this is
Mm-hmm.
years later when they talk to him. And you could actually do that to a person, because that is the defense job before he came to, court today. And so they were trying to confuse him, but what they did was they made him upset that they were trying to confuse him. And I think he
Mm-hmm.
realized it, and then that's when it went downhill for them.
He even said that, like when they were interviewing him, like, he has a young son at home. He was more focused on his baby than he was focused on the questions. He was like, you know, it was given like he was just trying to get them out of his home. He
And
said this
for
whole thing
people,
seems odd.
right, and for people to keep saying, some people are getting caught up and they're saying that, well, he said he didn't see a gun. Okay, people, let's just say this. He didn't have to see the gun. We
Okay.
know he wasn't shooting with fireworks. We know he wasn't shooting with his finger. So it doesn't matter whether he actually saw the gun. It had to be a gun because the flashes, it was firing. So for the people that's getting hung up on, he never said he saw the gun. I mean, come on, you have to deduce that that's what it was. You have to use your critical thinking to know that, like I said, a finger doesn't make a flash. A finger can't harm someone. So please stop saying that. Please, people,
Okay.
stop saying that,
They're
because
not
it doesn't
using
make
their
any
brain.
sense. Yeah,
They need to
it's
use
like
their
people.
brain.
Right, it's like people still trying to say that it was glass in her foot, when now the doctors have told you it was bullet fragments. Okay, King Pay, that's all I want to say, because I know you say call in sometime, and I wanted you
Oh
to
yeah,
focus on that
absolutely.
part. Okay, bye bye.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So yeah, absolutely. That's definitely what happened. Um, they were manipulating the defense from the very beginning. I mean, the defense were manipulating the witness, in my opinion, from the very beginning. He said this whole thing is odd, and the first time he ever mentioned the girl was after he met with the defense investigator. Okay, he showed him the 911 transcripts, and in the 911 transcripts, he never mentioned the girl. They allowed Sean Kelly to review the 911 transcripts in court. Oh, what's on mute? My live is on mute on Instagram. How? Oh, girl, they trying to silence me. They trying to silence me, girl. Am I on mute, or girl? Oh, somebody go over there on Instagram and see if I'm on mute. Oh, you can hear you. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Maybe it's his phone went. Okay, I'm here. His girl that had me girl scared. Okay. So then, um, the police contacted the witness in his home afterwards for a follow up. Um, and they showed him the transcripts from the follow up, and he never mentioned there being a female shooter then. Okay, and then um, he meets with the defense investigator. Okay. And all of a sudden, a girl shooter is mentioned. And then they send us on our lunch break. Yes, they did. They sent us on a lunch break. Okay. Um, so after lunch, okay, we come back and Sean Kelly is still on the stand. Okay. We're talking about the interview with the defense investigator that happened on January 5th, 2021. Okay, on period. Um, this is the first time that the female shooter comes up. He asks him, they asked him about the dry run, and if, he felt like, he was coached. And he says yes. Um, again, he was more interested in tending to his son than he was interested than the interview. He asked him, well, who suggested there was a struggle over the gun? Okay, now this is the prosecution asking the witness because the defense had been, obviously manipulating the witness, because where did this female shooter come from if it wasn't in a 911 call and it wasn't in the follow-up visit from the detective? That and all of this stuff is recorded and transcribed. So um, the female shooter didn't come into place until the defense investigation, until Tory hired his attorneys. That's when we start hearing about, reasonable doubt. So after he asked him who suggested the struggle over the gun, he said, "I don't know." He said, "Do I need to show you the transcript, the audio? Will that refresh your memory?" The defense objected. He said he doesn't remember. So they kind of moved on. He said that he seen Tory with the object in his hand. Okay. He said, you seen Tory with the gun? He says, yes. And then, he heard noises and seen flashes. And Tory's arms were stretched out wide. He was screaming, obscenities, a torrent of obscenities at the victim before letting off 4 to 5 gunshots. The victim fell to the ground, bleeding, curled into a ball, stumbled across the street, curled into a ball. Tory was the loudest and very aggressive. Okay, and again, the reason like a lot of this stuff is repeated is because they were asking the questions over and over, hoping for a different response. And again, the prosecution was whooping their ass on today, because I feel like all of the witnesses today, even the ones that the defense called, helped to make the state's case. Okay, so now it's time for the cross. The cross is upset because again, the prosecution is killing it on today. I feel like they were asking all the right questions on today. Shout out to the prosecution. Okay, DA Abbott and DA Todd. Okay, DA Kathy Abbott and DA Kathy Todd and DA Abbott. Okay, here. Yes, he did. So now it's time for the cross. Okay, so he starts off the cross with, "Have you been truthful? Are you being truthful?" And he responds, "Yes." He asks the witness, like, "Were you aware that you were being recorded when the investigator showed up to your house?" And he asks the question in like a leading way, because he's like, were you aware that you were being recorded when the investigator showed up to your house with the recording device in hand. He was like, well, you know, he had the device in his hand. He called the walkthrough. He called the dry runner walkthrough. Um, he said that he doesn't remember changing the story in the audio until after speaking to the defense investigator. Okay. That's when he stated the girl shooter for the first time, and he doesn't know why. Um, so then he pulled up the 911 transcript and he asked him to read it again. He read through the transcript again, and this time he asked him to look for anything, look for a description of the shooter. Okay. You know, and I guess apparently in the 911 call, he was never asked for a description of the shooter. So then he pulled up the transcript from the follow-up visit from the detective, or you know, from the LAPD. From the LAPD, he asked them, you know, look for a description of the shooter. Apparently, uh, 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 they never asked for a description of the shooter then, as well. It wasn't until the defense investigator came to interview with Sean Kelly that they asked for a description of the shooter. So I mean, I guess that was them trying to say, like, this is why this is the first time a female shooter is coming up, because he was never asked if there was a female shooter. I guess everybody automatically assumed it was Tory because it was Tory's gun. I mean, it makes sense to me. He said, so do you think that it was two of them with the gun? Um, you know, he said, I don't know. You know, he can't testify if there was two guns. He said he doesn't think so. He said, will the transcripts refresh your memory? And again, you know, with the audio of the gunshots being played in court, I don't think that there is, you know, really any dispute as to how many people fired that weapon. There could have only been one gunman, unless there is some additional audio that, again, they did not play in court and that they're withholding. Um, so then, you know, because he doesn't remember saying, you know, the thing about the female shooter, the defense is trying to paint him out, the witness, to be, you know, uncooperative. So he said, you know, he asked him, like, do you want to be here today? Do you want to testify here? And, you know, Sean Kelly's response is like, you know, I'm very uncomfortable. And what I will say about Tory's defense is that they make all the witnesses very uncomfortable. And, you know, a lot of people are saying that, you know, Tory's defense is not a good, and in my opinion, they're very good. Like, you know, like, for your attorney to go so hard, like the stuff that he's doing, he's using everything in the book, you know, like they even called him out on his, you know, deceitful tactic that he did on the other witness, where he tricked one of the witnesses by pitting, mind you, they was pitting up the exhibits, the receipts, the evidence. He was showing them Instagram posts. He showed all the Instagram posts in color. Then he put this post up from Twitter in black and white and was like, you know, Tory Lanez has, you know, people that manage his social media. How do you know that it wasn't Tory Lanez? How do you know it was? How can you be certain that it was Tory Lanez who posted this and it was a post from Twitter? They called his ass out on that. They was like, apparently you don't know too much about social media yourself. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They said, "Oh, you don't know too much about social media yourself because that was a Twitter post, not Instagram." Okay, on period. So somebody may manage his Twitter, but Tory Lanez definitely manages his Instagram. Okay, guys, guys, moving right along with, and then the witness, again, double down. He said, I don't remember that conversation. He never stated that there was a struggle for the gun. Again, he states, and he states this several times. He says they all were fighting. Okay, they all were fighting. They all were fighting. He states, Sean Kelly states that, and he tells this directly to the defense attorney. He said, "You keep trying to make this about a gun, but I never seen a gun. I repeat, I never seen a gun." He said they struggle continually, all of them. He said all of them struggled continually throughout the night. He said he witnessed all four of them fighting. They struggled continuously. He said they all were struggling all at the same time. Okay. Nobody passed the gun around. Nobody was struggling over a gun. They wasn't taking turns with the gun. Okay. He said he heard a noise and then he saw flashes, never saw a gun. He said all of this happened when your client got out of the car. Okay, because and then this is very important because the defense was supposed to be referring to Tory as the little guy, because this is how the witness knows Tory. Okay, as the little guy, because again, he doesn't know them. He's on the outside looking in. He's watching from his balcony. He's the homeowner. So the defense attorney kept on, talking fast, trying to, get these, trip him up, kept referring to Tory as, my client, my client, my client. So, aggravated, he responds back like, your client. I didn't hear the gunshots until your client. I didn't hear no noise, see no gunshots, see no flashes until your client got out of the car. Basically saying your client did it. Okay. After he said this, the defense attorney for Tory was upset, and he excused the witness. He said, "This witness is excused." He said, "I'm done with him. Okay, I'm here. I'm done with him. He's fucking up this case for me. Okay." He said, "I'm done with him." Yes, he did. Oh, he said, "I'm done with him." Okay, so now it was time for them to call witness number 2. Okay, Officer Rogelio Diaz, and they didn't even keep him long. Okay, on period. They didn't really have a lot to ask him. He didn't really have a lot to contribute. Okay. So this was one of the officers that interviewed Sean Kelly, and they were asking him questions about what Sean Kelly had stated, because again, his testimony had changed. Something happened, because all of a sudden he's talking about a female shooter. Where did this female shooter come from? So they bring in the detective that took his testimony, back when this happened. So, they asked the officer some questions, like about where it happened. He said Nicholas Canyon in the 1800 block. The police were called out for a shooting. Okay. He says that Sean Kelly observed a black Cadillac, and these people making a lot of noise, and he's woken up out of his sleep. The rear passenger door was open. He saw 2 females inside. He saw 2 females get physical outside. Okay. He said it was about 15 to 20 minutes before he arrived for on the call. So he said he saw two females in a physical altercation outside, um, in the 911 call allegedly, and it was 15 to 20 minutes before he arrived to, you know, from the time he called 911. That's what the officer said. Okay. They asked the officer, "Did you ask for a description of the shooter?" The officer said no. He didn't ask no questions about the shooter, and they were done with him. They said next witness. Okay, next witness. Um, so the next witness is Ryan Stogner, and there's been a lot of talk about Ryan Stogner because allegedly he's suspended from the LAPD for domestic violence. Okay, girl, y'all ain't heard this shit from me. Y'all ain't heard this motherfucking shit from me. Okay, I'm here. So a lot of people were saying that he's going to be leaning for Tory because they can relate. Okay, both of these men are women's beaters. So it was a lot of things being said. Okay, so they asked Detective Ryan Stogner if he was the lead detective on this case, and he answered yes, he was the lead. He was in charge initially, and he also was in charge of the follow-up investigation with Sean Kelly. It was a 3 to 5 minute phone call that he did not recall, that he did not record. Okay. Apparently, telephonic interviews are not. You're not required to record telephonic interviews. Okay. But he said that in the interview, Sean Kelly stated that two girls were fighting. He said, "Who did it?" And at the time, the shooter was unknown. He said there was a female close to the muzzle fire. He described the men as one tall, one short. He said could not tell who was holding the weapon at the time it was fired. Again, there was a female standing near the muzzle flash. He stated that there was nothing about Tory that day. Couldn't be certain on who did what. So he said that Sean Kelly wasn't certain on who did what in the follow-up telephone conversation that was not recorded. And again, a lot of people were saying that they've been speculating the entire time that Ryan Stogner was going to come in and it was going to be a bullshit testimony and it's going to be one-sided, because I guess he can relate to Tory, or maybe Tory got to him with him being suspended and all. They asked him about his interview with Megan Pete. Okay, it was also a telephonic interview, and I don't think it was recorded either. But it was also with her production manager, Desiree. Okay. And again, he said it's not standard procedure to record. So all telephone interviews. So this interview wasn't recorded either. So this is just Ryan Stogner's account of these interviews. Okay. They asked him if Megan said anything about alcohol consumption. He said no. Megan just said that they were coming from a party. He said, did Megan say anything about being intoxicated? He answered no. He said that Megan stated that they were all arguing over leaving the party. He stated that during that interview, Megan didn't state anything about fighting with Kelsey or being in a fight or having been beaten. Okay, Kelsey refused So then we talk about Kelsey and why he didn't interview the other people involved, like Quan and Kelsey and Tori. Kelsey refused to speak with him, um, so he didn't meet with Kelsey. Um, I guess Tori gave him a problem. They asked him if Megan mentioned, um, being bribed, if she mentioned any money, were there any talks of money, and he said yes. Megan did mention, something about, being offered $1 million. Okay. Um, he said the interview was only 5 to 10 minutes. So then they were asking about the probation. Um, apparently, Megan said that Tori told her, "Please don't say anything. I'm on probation." So they were trying to figure out if Tory Lanez was on probation then. Allegedly, he was not on probation on July 20th, 2020, when this all happened, but he had been on some kind of probation from Florida back in 2017, when he was caught with a pistol and his young child in a car. Okay, allegedly it was registered to his baby mama, and they dropped the charges. But that goes to show you that Tory Lanez has a history of carrying guns. Okay, and they're fighting to get this omitted. Okay, they don't want the jurors to hear about that. But this did come up in court. Have you ever heard Tory talk about gun? Have you ever seen Tory with a gun? And the character witnesses were saying no, 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 no. But back in 2017, he was arrested for carrying his baby mama's gun. I said, they was like, oh, well, it wasn't his gun, and they dropped it. Well, if it wasn't his gun, then what the fuck was he doing with it? Okay. And I'm gonna tell you exactly what they said it was called, but it's called something different. It's still a probation, but it's called something different in Florida. Okay, probation is different in Florida. So again, he said that there was no mention of fight with the initial officer. Um, she didn't know who did it, and she didn't want to get anybody in trouble for making a false statement. Okay, again, I feel like she had a concussion, and she didn't really remember what had happened until later on. They beat her. They brutally beat her and attacked her. All three of them. That's what he said. He said that in that police call, Meg mentioned, he was asking, did Meg mention anything about police brutality? He said yes. Meg mentioned, being scared about, police brutality, and the whole thing was heightened at the time with George Floyd. So, yeah. He stated, did Megan say anything about a bus stop in this interview, on the phone or in person? And he stated that, he doesn't recall Megan saying anything about a bus stop, so, they're all over the place, and they're doing this to sort of raise reasonable doubt, because, everyone had been saying that, there had been this bus stop situation between Tory and Megan. And now he's saying that, I guess he's trying to say that there was no bus stop situation, because Megan never said anything about, hopping out and a bus stop and all of that. So it's called probationer. Okay, that's what it's called. They was calling it something else, but I'll let you know. So out of the 4 people present, he only got to interview 2 people. And he stated initially Megan and Sean Kelly gave different statements. And, that makes sense. That make a lot of sense because Megan was the one getting beat and Sean Kelly was watching from his balcony. Of course, they're going to have different statements. Sean Kelly is not their friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't involved. Um, so then they wanted to ask about the direction Megan was walking in. Was she walking forward? Did she walk back? Um, so he stated that, she stopped and then turned around and faced the vehicle. He went on to say that, when it came to Megan, she never stated that, again, that they argued or that she fought with Kelsey. He said that Kelsey requested legal representation when he reached out to speak to her. So then he asked, if the detective knew the difference between a bullet and a bullet fragment. And the detective explained that a bullet fragment is a piece of projectile. Okay, a piece of projectile, a piece of the bullet that breaks off once it makes impact with something. So then it's time for the cross. Okay, it's time for the cross again. Um, this is the Officer Stogner. Okay, who was um, the lead investigator until he was suspended for the domestic violence himself. Okay, so now it's time for the cross, and it's the prosecution's turn to interview Stogner. And they're interviewing Stogner because Stogner, again, was doing the interviews. He interviewed Meg and he interviewed Sean, and, in regards to what happened that night. He was the lead investigator. Um, so he talked to Sean Kelly. He said the interview was very brief, 3 to 5 minutes on the telephone. Um, there was no notes or recordings. So they asked him to summarize or recap what that call was about. Um, he said no female shooter was mentioned. Um, they asked some more follow-up questions about the gender. He stated, Sean Kelly stated that Tory Lanez shot her and didn't initially understand. Uh, Wait, hold on 1 second. No, no. He said Tory Lanez shot her, and then he asked him something about Megan and why Megan didn't say she was shot at first. He said Megan said that she didn't initially understand she had been shot. Okay, she was scared and shot and didn't know that she was shot, but that she had pain in her foot. Okay. Sean Kelly said that he never seen or saw, the shooter before, and he said that Tory Lanez was the shooter. He saw him point the gun and began shooting and began firing at Megan. He reached out to Quan, and there was no response. He reached out to Kelsey. There was no response. He said that Megan did again talked about money being offered, specifically $1 million. She was calm, somber, upset about this entire situation. They asked, was she tearing up and crying when she was telling you what happened? And he said yes. And then we go on another break. There was a lot of breaks today. So then, when we come back for break, okay, on period, they let the jurors go. Yeah, they let the jurors go. And they bring up, some of Tory's background. Trying to see where we at, y'all. I'm trying to see where we at. Okay, I'm here. Well, it's a lot. It's a lot going on. So, back in 2017, Tory Lanez was caught driving. His caught driving with the gun and the son in the car. He said it was his baby. They later discovered it was his baby mom's gun, and the case was dismissed. It was registered to one of his baby mamas. That's what they said. They want to address EJ's character evidence. And they want to use, Tory Lanez's background to show the jurors that he engages in dangerous and violent acts. Oh, and the reason of why they want to review EJ's character evidence because he said something about Megan feeling safe with Tory. And so they were trying to, and because he said that, he was trying to paint this picture, that Tory is a safe guy to be around or hang out with. So, they want to introduce this character evidence because if we're going to talk about Tory's character, then we got to talk about him. Talk about all of his characters. So, they want to bring up, his what do they call it? His arrest back in 2017 for possession. In his previous history of physical violence, they want to bring up his previous history of physical violence as well with August Alsina, like I said, Love and Hip Hop's Prince, his violent history with the 1501 record label. He made a music video in which he was butchering up horse meat. He was chopping up horse meat. They said that was a shot at Meg. They want to bring in his Instagram posts, his lyrics, his social media. So basically they're like, don't do that. Don't try to, they see what they did there. They're calling them out. At the end of court, the prosecution was calling the DA out on all of their shit because, EJ was their witness. Okay. So they was like basically saying like, don't do that. Don't have your witnesses coming up here speaking to Tory's character, because if we're gonna, if we're gonna talk about Tory's character, then we gotta talk about all of this stuff. We gotta let the jurors know about August Alsina and Prince and his history of physical violence as well as gun violence. Period. So they want to talk about his criminal case from 2017. And then the defense was opposed because they was saying that he was never convicted. Um, so they talked about Megan turning her head and seeing the shooter. Um, Oh, diversion. Diversion is something is it so instead of probation in Florida, they call it a diversion, whatever that is, whatever that means. Okay. Um so this is good. Oh, how did I forget this? Where was this at? Oh girl, how did I lose this? Okay, okay, so they called so there was one more witness. I don't know how they got mixed up in my notes right here. Um and this was I was excited about this witness, okay, because he gave a really good testimony last time. They recalled Randy Zapata, who's a criminologist with the LA Police Department, and he specializes in DNA. Remember, we talked about him last time, and the transfer of DNA. Um, they asked him, is it possible to transfer DNA from one item to the next? And he said that it's possible, but it's less and less possible each instant, each from contact to contact. Like I touch you, and then you touch somebody else. It's going to be less and less likely that my DNA is going to be on the person that you touch after I touch you, type of thing. Um, he asked, "Can you remove DNA from wiping a pistol off?" And he answered yes. He asked, "Can you remove DNA from washing your hands?" He said yes, it transfer less. He said, "How about swimming in a chlorinated pool?" He said yes, that's just like washing your hands. The prosecution being on it, they've been on it all day. Um, he said he doesn't know how long that you'll stay clean and DNA free. Without sweating, touching your hair or your face. Um, but again, it's just like washing your hands. So it's very possible that after being in the pool all day, that Tory Lanez didn't have no DNA on his hand when he fired that gun. I mean, he was still in his drawers. He said, "Is it possible to get the DNA off of a gun?" He said, "It's possible, but the DNA on this gun is inconclusive." And we've all gone over what inconclusive means. It means that he can't say that it is, and he can't say that it isn't. He he said, could it have been one of the profiles? Okay, one of the profiles. He says, he can't say whether it's included or excluded, because a lot of people have been reporting about female DNA, and this is why I'm really glad that he brought Randy Zapata back up, because he never said anything about there being female DNA on the gun. And again, he doubled down on his statements today in court, saying that he cannot. It's inconclusive. He cannot say that there was female DNA included or excluded. Okay, the samples are not large enough to get anything from them. So then they were talking about gender markers, and he said that there was nothing that explicitly tells us that a female had to be included, and there's nothing that tells us that a female has to be excluded. There's nothing that speaks to a female ever touching that gun. None of the samples are exclusively from a female. He said he cannot, include or exclude. Okay. But he knows for certain that the sample, at least 3 of the samples, are from men. So then they went over um, accredited labs versus non-accredited labs, because one of the experts that the defense brought in, mind you, they was calling the defense out on all their shitty tactics today, was not accredited. He said that they were accredited, they were not accredited. And I guess the difference between an accredited lab and a non-accredited lab is transparency. Okay. An outside organization that comes in says that, this lab meets the standards. Okay. They have access to databases that, non-accredited databases do not. So had, this gone to like an accredited database, then maybe we might have the answers that we're all looking for. But since it went to a non-accredited database with no transparency, then, we just don't know. In an accredited lab, they have audits every year, in-house and out-house. Okay. One year they do in-house audits, the next year they do out-house audits. Okay. So in these audits, they tell you, about their findings, your failures, and they give you a list of things to fix. They come to your job, or they come to the lab and, discover things. And if you don't fix them, then you can lose your accreditation. So this is something that the lab that the defense brought in did not have. So now it's time for the defense to give their cross. And again, they're upset because they keep getting called out. Okay. So he states something about, the witness being from Cal State, going to Cal State LA, and that, one of the people, with doctor from the lab going to the same college or whatever. And he said something about it, it's just one of many organizations. And, basically that the witness has no reason to believe that the lab is not up to date. Okay. He asked him, like, what do you know about this particular lab's transparency? He states that, I don't know because, they're not accredited. If they were accredited, then, I would know because there's transparency. Clearly. So he asked, how, with the DNA samples, can you tell like how long the DNA has been there? And he basically said no. He says, can you get rid of the DNA by wiping up the gun? He says it depends. He says, just wiping the gun, leave no evidence. And, he says it depends. And basically he asked him, can you say that that's Tory's DNA based on the evidence? And basically say, he can't include and he can't exclude Tory from the gun because the samples are not large enough. He said the information is not sufficient to include or exclude Tory. They're not excluding Tory. They're not saying that it ain't him. They're not saying it is him because the DNA is not reliable. But what they can tell you that the shooter was a man. They said, if we had the profile of Kelsey, could you tell us if the shooter was a female, he says yes. If we had Kelsey's DNA profile, but they don't. They never took Kelsey's DNA. So he said, so he basically, it could be a female. He said, not true. Um, Basically the same situation. The samples are not large enough, and again, he can't exclude or include. So he's not going to speak to the fact that it could be a female, um, because simply that they can't include or exclude because the samples again are not large enough and they don't have Kelsey's DNA. Um, but he was saying that because he was trying to say that if they had Tory's DNA, would they be able to tell? Uh, would they be able to tell? Then if that was one of the samples. So in the redirect, the prosecution came up, um, and basically they talked about the less accredited lab, you know, having less expectations because they have a smaller DNA pool to pull from, um, and they went into on the defense about the argument not being accurate. Um, they asked if Tory's DNA was not on the gun. Um, can you say that Tory DNA was not on the gun? And basically, the criminologist said, no, I can't tell you that Tory's gun was not on the gun. Tory's DNA was not on the gun, and I can't tell you that it was. Okay. And that was it. And they excused the witness, and again, there was more questioning. So I'm dropping a link in the chat if anybody wants to come up. After court today, we sat in court, and the prosecution called out the DA, like I said. I guess, the defense kept smirking and making threats like, see what happens if you keep smirking. And, so District Attorney Abbott pleaded with the judge today to have the defense reprimanded before trying to intimidate the attorneys. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that. He said, the judge kind of responded like, not at this time, but if I guess if this keeps going on, then he's gonna do something about it. Shout out to Toria in the motherfucking building. What's going on?
Baby,
Yeah,
what is understood does not need to be explained.
Okay.
On period. I love that song. I've been playing it over and over and over. I love it.
No, that's right.
And when you was on Nosey's channel, I kept putting it in the chat. King, tell them about your music. Tell them about your music. I said, he's not reading the chat. I was like, he's not reading the chat.
Oh, no, I don't be reading the chat all the time, especially when I'm on other people's page. But what did you think about the whole the case today? I know things started getting.
I was really upset when I found out they had detained you. I forgot how I found out, but I had found out early. It was like it's like 3:30 here now in the morning. So yes. I had found out like early today, and I'm like, what did they? I said, then it dawned on me Friday. He was on a live and he told us 10:28 a.m. The bodyguard put his arm up so you couldn't get in the elevator, but the juror got in there. I said, it got to be about that. Somebody done snitched to the DA. And I bet you that's what they pulled him up for.
And before I forget, so I figured out why Kelsey wanted that immunity, okay? On period. Now I know why Kelsey wanted that immunity because, she has something to do with it. And they were talking after court today because I guess Kelsey was asking for trans immunity um, instead of youth immunity. And that's kind of why, also why she was reluctant in court, because she didn't have the right type of immunity to spill exactly what went on. Because, okay, let me tell you, the difference between transactional and use immunity is that transactional immunity protects the witness from prosecution for the offenses involved, whereas use immunity only protects the witness against the government's use of his or her immunized testimony in prosecution. So she was only protected for what she said in court. She's not protected for what she actually did. Okay. So I was telling people earlier that I feel like, Tory may walk free after all of this, and Kelsey may end up in jail doing time for all of this. She might end up with, taking the rap because, she called herself asking for immunity. She still lied on the stand, and it still came out that she had everything to do with it.
Exactly.
She perjured
And
herself.
plus I'm gonna tell you something else people don't realize, and I've seen it happen in my neighborhood. People don't realize if we have a mistrial or a hung jury, it could be up to the prosecutor to recharge him, number one. But another thing they don't realize, if he walks away, he can still be deported. I had like 4 or 5 neighborhood kids that had been constantly in mischief, selling drugs, doing this, doing that, always getting pulled up by the police. And the people just got tired of them, and they got a petition up, and it was submitted to the courts, and they picked it up and they deported them 4 children back to Jamaica, a place they had never been. They were just born there. So he could
Oh,
still get deported and sent back to Canada. But I think he's guilty. And I get so sick of everybody saying, well, Meg slept with this person, Meg slept with that person, Meg did this, Meg did that. So what? That is irrelevant. The point is, this black, beautiful woman was beaten. She was shot. She had a concussion. In concussion cases, sometimes your memory may be fuzzy for 6 months to a year. I've seen it happen. I've worked in hospitals all over the world in the military. This
hmm.
woman has been humiliated, dragged through the mud, and everything else. She lost her mama, her grandmama. All she was out doing is having fun, doing what the young people do. They party, they have a little fun, they drink. So what? What she did don't have no reason for no man to put his damn hands on that beautiful black woman, and then to shoot her because his ego was bruised. You take your little leprechaun ass back across the border. We don't want you here. You're a problem child. You hit August. Why did you hit that man? Why did you beat up Prince? Why you running around with guns? Why you hit your baby mother? Why your baby mother's gun that's in her name in your vehicle with you and not the baby mother? He's a problem. Send his ass back. Period.
Okay, I know that's right. Yes, she did. Oh, somebody
And they
said,
better get them likes up, and they better go listen to King's music because it's
okay,
really awesome. And hit that damn like button and give him a cash app. Give him some super chats.
okay, on period. Ooh,
Hey, he's in the court every day, spending his gas, paying the park. And I know parking ain't cheap nowhere in this country.
sure ain't.
And then you got to eat because you're there all damn
But
day. So how about sending him some dollars? But I want to thank you for your great reporting. I'm telling you, there's so many lies going around this internet. So many of these bloggers lying about this, lying about that, screwing the stories all around, mixing up stuff, saying it was woman's DNA on there, it was Kelsey DNA on there, she did it. I'm like, where are they? Are they in the same courtroom? What are they listening to?
They couldn't be in the
And I
same.
noticed Dennis Byron ain't been there,
Hey,
but I
Chitra.
heard him say he was
Hey,
coming flying back up there today. So I guess he'll be back up there with you tomorrow or the next day.
I just want to know where all the people at that kept saying, well, why did she get back in the car and Megan is stupid? Because I want to got back in the car. And after what you told us today, King Payne, it's evident that she was forced back in the car after they beat her and didn't know what they were going to do with her body. I
Mm-hmm.
absolutely, I'm just, I want to know where all that conversation is now. She's stupid. She dumb. She got back in the car. Why did she get back in the car? They were. I absolutely believe it. I mean, like, it's this whole case is sickening, and I want people to pay attention to the tone on YouTube, and I want Black women especially to pay attention to the tone on YouTube and pay attention to how certain bloggers is covering this case. I'm not gonna call no names,
Hello?
but a certain person got on a
Oh,
platform today and tried to make light of when the witness said that he thought that they were gonna, dump her body in the river or whatever. I believe that. Why was there something that was, oh, he was a foreigner, and you know how they think? No, they didn't know what they was gonna do with her body, like you said, and like that witness said. I absolutely believe that. And even if Tory does walk away from this, I mean, we all know he did this. He
Okay.
done this. He's guilty.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
hey,
the girl was
that's two
beaten
left
in the
shoes.
head. She was pistol whipped with that gun. We don't know where her mind was in that, you know, frame, what frame of mind she was
Well,
in
people
then.
trying to act like any type of physical harm that she endured didn't phase her because she's this big stallion woman and has
She's so
all this
wrong.
masculinity. So there is no way
Oh my
possible
God. What?
all of
Let me
that could
see.
have hurt her.
So y'all
That's
saying she could have?
ridiculous.
I'm sorry. Hi everybody. This is really
Hey,
itching me.
Hey.
Hey,
Hmm.
hey, King. Thanks for letting me come up. I'm saying, even if she's a big, tall woman, what does that have to do with a bullet?
that's what they acting
What
like
what
though.
what does that get? What does that got to do with the King of China? I mean,
Nothing.
I don't get it. What is the hell does that have to do with Tory Lanez? Who shot her?
They want to
Make it
believe the
make sense.
narrative.
You
When
know
you
what?
want
I'm
to
gonna tell
believe the
y'all something.
narrative,
I am so
it's not
tired
gonna
of
make
black
sense.
people. You know what? I'm so tired of black people being ignorant. And get yourself together that your mind can be productive. Get your mind together so that you can connect dots to dots. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense that we are negating from the fact that this woman was shot
That's what I'm
by
saying.
Tory.
They trying to act as though because Megan is this big voluptuous
Huh?
woman, and she so called
Oh,
has
she
this
can take a
mess.
bullet. Okay,
Yeah,
so that
she can.
because
Not
she
only can
big
she
and
take a bullet.
tall.
Hold on. Not only
Oh
can she take
Lord.
a bullet, but she can get pistol whooped, beat, all of that, and not be phased. And oh no, she just so masculine. Is to where some of her
Uh-huh.
story
And
couldn't be
she's
fuzzy. She would just
uh-huh.
come through all of that and
Hmm.
still remember every single. Oh, her story not adding up. She's switching it up like. The lady was, and I know people are gonna act like they didn't hear Nosy live tonight, where King Payne got up there and that other dude, I can't even think of his name, that says, he has all these connections in the industry and
That was
said that.
yesterday, right? Talking
No,
about
today.
last
No, no,
night.
no. Tonight. Well,
Hmm.
it's in the morning hour, so yeah, technically speaking. But
Oh, my
where he
bad.
was saying that she's having nightmares because she's telling the truth in the nightmares. I know everybody gonna wipe right past it and say, "Oh no, 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 she's a big masculine woman."
made of steel. There's no way in the world that this could be traumatizing her. She can't be seen. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous how these people want this girl to be some type of whore. Oh, she slept with this one. She slept with that. What does that have to do with
Mm,
the fact that this man shot
okay.
her?
Let me.
And then they had nerve
If
to
she's
say
a,
in the chat
these
tonight she ain't had no bruises. We ain't see
these.
no bruises on her.
Okay. So what's the
Mm.
bruise? Cause she had a whole bullet in her foot.
But you said you
What
was
the
on
hell
Nosy
is wrong
Channel
with
tonight,
y'all?
right? You said you was on Nosy Channel tonight, right?
I was
Uh-huh.
on
Yep.
Nosy's channel yesterday and tonight, but King, I don't know what happened because
Well,
last
there was
night I saw
somebody
King.
on there. There was somebody
King
on there that said that they're friends with some friends of Nosy's, and they said that we didn't get to see the pictures of Megan's face, but she was messed up. They said she was bruised up,
Yep.
but that never made it to
okay,
the media.
okay,
I was
because
So
I've
there.
been
I was
on.
there.
You know what? I have been really paying attention, even because I have a couple reasons to pay attention to this because I have some personal connections, not with that case, but it actually hits home with me. And I'm like, oh my God, are you guys saying because she's 5'11" that she deserves to be shot? Are you guys saying because she drank Hennessy, she should be shot? Are you guys saying that just because, even if she opened her legs to 5,000 men, does that equate to her being shot? You know what? Shot. You guys, black people, please stop making yourself look goofy
black
and
women,
ignorant.
black
Yeah, I mean,
women,
well,
because those are
okay,
the
well,
main ones
well,
supporting this
black
stupidity.
men, the black men, they're gonna be like, I expected them to have a little bit more narrow sense of view. I mean, I expect for only like an intelligent black man to be able to say that. And more than likely, when I'm thinking our intelligent black men, they're probably with a non-black woman. So yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right that um we gotta look to. Can you guys hear me just fine?
Yes,
Okay. So, yeah, I just really, I'm so passionate about it that I'm like, are they trying? What are they saying? Like she could take a bullet just because she's 5'11"?
that's what they want
I
you to
don't get
believe.
what is the correlation? Uh,
That's that deep rooted self hatred. That deep rooted self hatred because she's a black woman. They want to tear her down and act like she's just so big that she can stand all of that. And I'm like, I don't understand Kelsey saying that Megan didn't stand up for her and she was letting everybody online let her take the blame. How is that when Megan clearly got online and said, Tori, you shot me? That cleared her right then and there. That's another narrative that they putting out. She's not a good friend. They said that what the first second day that wasn't her and Kelsey first time sleeping with the same guy, so that's obviously the dynamics of their friendship. So if they okay with it, then why? I mean, what's the big deal? Men do it all the time.
Exactly.
Gosh,
But that shouldn't make a difference who slept with who didn't sleep with who. The point is, no man should have put his hands on that woman, that black, beautiful woman, and pistol whipped her, then shot her. Then Lord knows
and beat
if
her
that
after
man
he shot
wouldn't have
her.
been on the porch or them police didn't come, she could be dead right now and we could be talking about a whole nother situation.
Hmm.
And these people want to run around with this narrative. Oh, she lied. Oh, she's not Kelsey's friend. She slept with Kelsey. Oh, she was jealous of Carly. I could give 2 cents less about Kylie Kardashian or any of them Kardashians. This is about one thing and one thing only. This leprechaun shot this beautiful black woman, and more black people is on his side than hers.
I just want to say this. I say this all the time to people. Um, A lot of black people in today's world, they have what is called, to me, a slave mentality. They have been conditioned that if a black person does something, it's worse than a white person. A white person can do the very same thing that a black person does. They will excuse the white person, but condemn the black person because it's a slave mentality. It's almost like them conditioning black people that lighter skin is better than darker skin. A lot of black people perceive that the lighter person is pretty, but the darker skinned person is not pretty. So it's a slave mentality, and a lot of black people don't realize that they have a slave mentality. And so that's why they continue to do the things that they do because they don't realize what's really going on with them.
I just
Mm.
said that deep rooted self hatred.
That's
That deep
exactly what it is.
that deep rooted. Cause I mean it's at its finest. It's just I'm just looking, it's almost to the point where YouTubers who I normally watch, I just couldn't stomach them. And I'm not gonna say any names because I don't want to be messy. I just stayed on Nosy Channel because I'm like, are you seriously sitting here making light of the fact that an eyewitness see? But it's okay when when y'all say an eyewitness witness her being be at what's this thing name, this Jenner thing child house, and was mad over whatever the lovers court. See, now that's Bible. But when the eyewitness,
Kylie Jenner.
Kylie, whatever.
Hmm.
When an eyewitness says, "Hey, I thought they were going to kill her and throw her in the river," that all of a sudden, oh, let's just run right past that because what you're saying is he fought her, he shot her, and then that wasn't good enough. He was so egotistic and narcissistic and psychotic, is that he beat her after she was shot. Are y'all serious? Oh, let's run right past that. That's not a key point to show about his character. But when AJ got his EJ, whatever his name is, got up there yesterday to speak of her character when she's on drinks, that's Bible. But we're not going to stick to any story that would give us an inkling of just how nasty Tory is. Because anytime you can beat someone, shoot them, and then beat them again, you a evil son of a gun.
Exactly.
And people are saying that Kelsey is a good friend. I don't look at her like a good friend because Kelsey is flawed. And let me tell you why she's flawed. Even
Plus, she
if
was an
you believe,
employee.
wait a minute, even if you believe that Kelsey is upset with Megan because she feels like Megan didn't stand by her, then that's crazy because this man shot her and then shot you, I mean beat you. So you're more mad at Megan because you feel like she didn't stand by with you, but you're not mad at the person that caused this whole incident, Tory, because he shot her and he beat you and her. So you're not angry at that, but you're angry at Megan because she didn't come out and say Kelsey didn't shoot me. She didn't have to come out and say Kelsey didn't shoot me because when she said Tory shot me, if she says Tory shot her, then that automatically means that Kelsey didn't shoot her.
Exactly. But see, what's going on is we're not going to pay attention to the facts because, as you just stated, this deep rooted self hatred we need for this because the black woman is the most unprotected species that it is, and that's just proven. We need her to
Facts,
be the villain.
facts.
We need her to be the villain. Oh no, we're gonna run right past all of that. We're gonna stick to how trifling and slutty she is. She messed with that girl being Poe Kelsey was out with COVID. And the only thing Megan could do was sit there and figure out a way to backstab her friend. See, that's when you want to believe that type of narrative and you don't believe a certain species deserve to be protected, you're going to go along with any type of nonsense. That's why I say we living in a world where if you stand up for what's right, you being stoned down to the cross. If you standing
But
up
what
for what's
about the
wrong,
fact that she told her, get a place, I'll pay for it, and she paid for it for a whole year? How is that not standing by her?
that's not part of their narrative. Because see, then that would show to Megan's character as having some humility and humanity. We need Megan to be this big stallion whore that just like to lay on her back. See, that's
Mm,
not going to what that's not playing into the picture that the media is trying to paint on this woman.
it's sad. It really is. And I worry every day because I have two black daughters. They don't live where I live. One lives in North Carolina and one lives in Buffalo. My one daughter, she walks every morning, and the other morning she didn't have her stun gun and her pepper spray with her. And a man jumped in her face, calling her all kind of N words and telling her to go back to her country and everything. And she's pretty strong. I mean, I've done seen her throw some blows before when she was growing up. But that could have been another dead black woman that nobody would have cared about. We have so many missing black women right now that nobody talks about.
Facts.
Nobody talks about it. And I mean, every day I hear another one get added to the list. And I pay attention to all these things. And it just really upsets me that it seems like nobody cares. But yet they're running behind this leprechaun and they're not willing to stand up for a black woman again that's been beaten and shot and lucky to be here. She is lucky she's not dead. And they're taking up for this dude. I don't get
And
it.
they're saying, well, why would she lie? Listen to what's going on. See, I don't want to hear the facts. Somebody beat you, shoot you, and beat you. I mean, intimidation is real, and we seeing it right in our face. Even though we
Yep.
know he a chump, he has some level of power because look at how he's able to manipulate this whole case. I'm not saying he's the end all be all and he this big, God or anything like that, but I am gonna be realistic and say he has some level of power behind him because he's able to
Money.
manipulate this whole trial. So there could be a numerous amount of reasons that she will lie other than the narrative that people are trying to paint that she was so in love with Tory and she's so head over heels behind him and whatever Tory said to her when they got out of the car when Megan got back in, Kelsey said she was real calm. They must have made a deal. He must have said, B, we finna kill you. And
Hmm.
that calmed her all the way down because you already getting beat. He done already beat your friend. And then he beat me. Ain't no telling what they would have really done had they not heard the sirens and then all these witnesses and stuff came out. I don't know why people acting like Tory is some type of like he's an angel, like he has a Russell Simmons background or something. This man has a whole paper trail of violent crimes behind him, so he's absolutely capable.
There was a young lady from Canada a couple days ago. She lived in the same area where he's from, and she said that in that area, him and all his friends are known as bullies, that they beat up and put guns in women's faces all the time in Canada. But by him being this star, he gets away with it. And she said they don't want him back there.
That's probably why he here because who knows? Maybe he had to leave there. Maybe they told him he needs to leave Canada.
And he
Maybe
ain't
that's
been
why
nothing
he's
but trouble
here.
here since he got here. Look at all the things he's gotten into.
And also, we need to also remember that when the prosecutor asked Kelsey, "Is Tori paying for your lawyer?" she says she does not know. How does a person have a lawyer and you don't know how the lawyer is being paid for? When Kelsey first got on the stand, I knew Kelsey was a stupid woman. And the reason I'm saying that she is stupid, because first of all, she says she wants immunity, but then when she gets on the stand, she says, I plead the fifth. If you have immunity, there's no need for you to plead the fifth. She didn't even have a proper understanding on what she had, the type of immunity she had, and what she could say and what she couldn't say. And the judge allowed her to go out in the lobby and speak to her lawyer. So it's clear to me that she's not too bright. Also,
And that
Kelsey,
she's being intimidated.
right.
Because if you had a clear understanding, and I don't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry. If you have a
That's
clear understanding, you had to know that you was asking for immunity for some type of reason. So for you, that's why I said, see, people so bent on saying, oh no, he gonna get away with it. You don't know if that prosecutor is building up another case while right here on trial. I think he's letting them hang themselves for witness tampering, intimidation, and everything, because we clearly said that you have immunity, and then you got on the stand and pled the fifth. Why would you do that? Are you being intimidated? Y'all telling on yourselves without saying anything. Is what's going on.
Child, thank you for saying that because that's exactly what I was thinking. That he is just letting all them hang themselves, and I know he probably is going to get her for perjury and him for witness tampering.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
what
God
Kelsey
somebody said it.
what Kelsey doesn't realize is that she has two entities working against her. First of all, a lot of the stuff that I think Kelsey is doing has to do with Megan's record label 1501 because they want to destroy Megan. So, and they're more than willing to get Kelsey to do their bidding and then she be sacrificed in the end because I don't understand how a smart person can get on the stand and then try to help Tory out when all along Tory is saying you are the shooter. It makes no sense. Why would you help this man that is clearly now saying that you are the shooter? And that's what the defense is basically trying to portray, that Kelsey is the shooter to give Tory his reasonable doubt. And this stupid woman does not understand what is going on. She's being played by two different people. And if Kelsey goes down, I promise you, it's going to be okay with Tory and it's going to be okay with 1501 because I do think she's working on behalf of 1501 as well because they want to destroy Megan.
Mm. Well, I want to thank you two young ladies because I'm glad to hear some smart, intelligent women because lately everybody on YouTube has been so damn stupid. I'm like, what is wrong with these young people? But it's like 4 o'clock in the morning here and I gotta get some sleep. Um, so I want to thank you, King, and everybody go listen to King's record. Just do it. It's fire. And
Okay,
you
on
two
period.
ladies have a wonderful, blessed evening.
You too.
Thank you,
Good
You
night.
King.
do the same. Good night. Well,
Good
good
night.
morning.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Okay.
Uh-huh, you too. That's crazy.
The whole thing is crazy. What do y'all think about him? What do y'all think about the defense manipulating the eyewitness into saying that there was a female shooter? Because that never came out until he talked to the defense.
Yeah,
It go.
nobody's reporting on that, but that's what they do. That's how they get people to change their mind about what they seen, and then sometimes you don't even realize that that's what they're doing to you. But it was clear to me once I heard what was said that they suggested to him, is it possible that the female could have been the shooter, because that's how it happened. That's how it happened. And you could tell that the guy was clearly upset because I don't know early on if he realized that that's what they was doing, but once he was on the stand and the defense was questioning him, he realized that they were trying to put words in his mouth to lead him in a direction to say the things that they wanted him to say. The reason that he's a witness for the defense is before, when they did this initially with him, he went along with it because I don't think he realized it. That's why they called him on the stand. If they had known that he was going to say the things that he said, they would have never called him on the stand. They
Okay,
shot themselves in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
they showed it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
They was
And
not
what
expecting that.
Why is no one addressing the fact that Tory's driver is just obsolete from this whole trial? No
I
one
don't
thinks that's
know.
strange.
It's very strange.
It
It's
is,
He's
like,
but
supposed to be working, but he on vacation, honey. He went ran across all outside the country. He said, "I'm not
okay.
gonna be around for this. I'm off on work, and so
Oh,
that way he don't have to come to court." But I
I
don't
didn't know.
understand how they gonna get through it without speaking to him either. I don't know where they gave him a way of escape. Hello, everyone. By the way, Chit Chat, I've
Hey,
missed you so
Hello.
much, boo.
hey.
Okay, on period. We're gonna have to do like an impromptu meeting or something tomorrow, to catch up on the love show, so I can see where we're at because we're on the time limit, so we trying to pump it
Yeah,
out.
no, we check it out. Discord background. We got it.
Okay, on period. I know you do. Yes, it is.
We got it. Family
This
friendly.
court, this trial has been so
Yeah.
explosive. Everything that's coming out.
Uh-huh.
For a minute, I was convinced. Tory did this by himself, but then when I heard the testimony of the eyewitness, who again doesn't have a foot in the fight unless he's being paid off by Tory, he said it was all of them. So you
Mm-hmm.
know that's almost more believable than anything I've heard this entire trial.
it
I'm
makes
like,
sense. It
it makes
totally
too
makes
much
sense.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelsey, her original statement to the police, that made sense. I do believe, and you know what? He said that they were all fighting, but one thing, and official pain, I want you to tell me if this is true, because I also heard that one of the things he testified to was he said that they were all fighting, but he said when they were by the car, he said that he could see Megan, but he could only see the tops of Kelsey's and Tori's head. So when he said they were all fighting, it's also possible that when they were by the car and he really couldn't see them, that it's a possibility that Tori and Kelsey were the ones that were fighting, maybe not Megan or whatever. I do believe that Kelsey and Tori were the aggressor. I think that Megan was trying to defend herself. That's why he saw her kicking in the car. I think that the two of them were actually fighting with Megan because according to the testimony, Tory told them the driver to stop and he wanted to put the two of them out of the car. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to put them out of the car. And then I think he initiated the argument with Kelsey and Megan by dropping the bomb that Megan slept with him because he wanted them to fight because he was mad that Kelsey was sticking up for Megan and they were both talking against him. So that made him mad. So he brought that up to try to make them fight with each other. And I think maybe there was a little scrimmage, but I don't think it was to the magnitude um that everybody is portraying it to be. I think the bigger fight was between Kelsey and Tori and then the three of them against Megan because the man has no reason to lie and be confused about seeing three people hitting one female and she's on the ground. He has no reason to make that up or lie about that. Aside from the fact he had never heard Kelsey's story of how it happened that night. He told them this the night it happened. So how would he know what Kelsey was saying? How would he know that? He wouldn't have known that at all. That's how I know that what he's saying and what Kelsey said in the original interview is the truest part of what happened that night.
Mm-hmm. Because, like you said, he doesn't have a bone in the fight. That's just like I'm not understanding. Everybody saying that Megan switched her story up and lied because she took the bribe money. Why would she take the bribe money and then get online and say that Tori shot her? Are y'all listening to the logic that you're going along with?
And she told the police. Megan told the police that he tried to bribe her. And then Kelsey says the same thing. I mean, people just not They don't want to think. They don't want to think. They want it to be what some of these people, y'all, we just have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of these people on social media and stuff, a lot of them are miserable themselves, and misery loves company, and they just want to see somebody go down. And sometimes, black women, that's how they are. They want to see another black woman fall because they not thriving, and
Mm-hmm.
that has a lot to do with it as well.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, Megan is the biggest star in the whole equation, and it's obvious that Kelsey had some type of motive to stick around Megan. You know what I'm saying? Because she was trying to get her career off the ground. You know what I mean? So I mean, she had a lot of reasons to be jealous, and I don't know why people don't want to shine any light on that. Because for what reason would you have to then go along with this man after he beat you? They said Kelsey was beat up pretty bad too.
Yes, they had pictures. King of Pain,
Both
did
of
they
them.
show pictures of her beating up, being beat? He must have stepped away from what I
He was
understand. They showed pictures of Kelsey with bruises.
I believe it. I believe it. Just
mm-hmm.
like on the other channel tonight, that
They
other
do.
person got up there and
He's
said,
so
"Well,
fun.
no, Megan was beat up
Hello.
really bad." Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to unmute. I'm sorry. What was your question again?
It was did they I was
It was
told that
about
they
the
showed
pictures.
pictures in the trial where Kelsey did have bruises on her.
Yeah, they did. They showed her. It was all the way up and down her leg and all the way up and down her arms. Yep, and big bald spots in her head. Hmm.
So
Did she, and when they
he
asked her,
attacked them.
did she say that she was that she had been in a, or did she say on the stand that Tori attacked her?
Yeah, she said Tori
Yeah.
attacked her. She said, that, well, not on the stand. On the stand, she didn't remember. She didn't
Interviewing.
recall
Okay.
nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So she said
Nothing.
that in the recording.
Yes, in the record.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, in front of Tori, she didn't remember nothing. She didn't recall anything when he was right there in front of her. So I was also saying, like, it could have been some intimidation until I realized, until I felt like, they could have been working together. So I was like, oh, maybe this all has been just a show. And that's
What's
probably
that?
why Tori is so calm and his demeanor is so, you know, relaxed and comfortable because he knows that he's about to get away with it because he done paid everybody off involved.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's
And
a
I do
That's
narcissist
believe,
what they
anyway.
need to.
Because he sat there and said he wasn't anywhere around August Alsina that night, and then there's all this footage that comes out of him clearly around the men, him and
Did
his
he say that?
bodyguards beating the men. So we know he's just a cocky narcissist.
Yeah.
It's I mean it's a screw loose up there with him. I mean,
clearly.
yeah, because with this making situation, we all just really trying to figure it out and put the pieces together. You at a concert with all this footage, dude, and you gonna say, "Oh, I wasn't around him."
How stupid is that?
Narcissist,
Yo, I did
narcissist.
not know that he said that.
I'm going like, wait a minute, what?
I wasn't there. Him and Kelsey deserve each other. Apparently, they both act real dumb if that's the case. Cause when she like what's her name? Talking Faces. Am I saying that right? Yeah, Talking Faces.
Yes. Uh-huh.
When you said, girl, you about took me out. When you said, I knew she was dumb when she got up there and said she plead the fifth. What
Right.
did you plead the fifth for when you got immunity? What is happening? Like, are you stupid? Are you dumb? Pick a side. Like, yeah, that part right there, I was like, wait, what?
That's
What
why I
is
said
really happening?
they hanging themselves. They're showing that they have been bribed and there is witness tampering going on. Cause who in their right mind would do
Hmm.
that? Who?
And like you say, you don't even know what you got immunity for.
Right.
You didn't have a they didn't, you wasn't a disposition. You didn't sit down with anybody prior to tell you how the court situation was gonna run, how the type of questions, no type of preparation, like nothing. It just doesn't make sense at all. And then for you to say you don't even know who paying for your lawyer,
That was
how
just
you don't know who paying for your lawyer?
that was the
Like,
stupidest, most unintelligent thing that I think I've almost ever heard someone say. You come into court with a lawyer and you don't know who's paying your lawyer, and then you have the nerve to say that on the stand to people. I know they must have looked at her like she was crazy.
You know they did. You know them attorneys was bamboozled by her saying that.
She really did a disservice to herself because people had so much sympathy for her. But the moment she got on the stand and she said that, the narrative changed about her because people began to see her for who she really was. And she can say all she want to that, oh, I had Megan's back. I was there for Megan. You were there because she was taking you all over the world where she was going traveling. You know, you was living a plush life. That's why you were there.
Yes. And see, that's why I said that you know that this is narrative painting because it's like things that can be said, such as that. No one is saying that. They just strictly staying focused on the fact that, well, Megan slept with Tory after Kelsey. So what? Now that it's on file in the courtroom that this is something that they do, what are y'all gonna say now? Oh no, we're not gonna speak to that anymore because that doesn't go with the narrative.
And how can you say that this is not the first time she's done this to you and be surprised? If she's done it to you before, you're not surprised and you're not that mad about it. Because from what I understand, official King Payne, you tell me if this is true or not. They say Kelsey called a dude that she was talking to in the car, just to have him listen in. Tori was clearly flirting with what's her name? Kylie at the house. He was about to put another notch on his belt. And I don't think Kelsey cared anything about Megan sleeping with Tori. I don't think she
Yeah, I
cared
don't think
about that.
so either. I don't even know where that came from. When did that ever become the narrative that Kelsey was sleeping with Tori? Like, when did that come
That's
about?
the whole thing that's been going
That
on
came
for
about
the
after he
trial.
shot Megan in the foot. Oh, we just gonna
Right,
say this because I had never heard that until after Megan got shot. So I'm lost. So what she was a sneaky link that nobody knew about.
right. And it's clear that Megan doesn't care anything about Tori. That ain't who she really want to be with. So even back then or whatever. I mean, I don't know why people want to bring Kylie Jenner into it because anything that happened at Kylie's house, I mean, it's really not even relevant because
Okay.
if it really was they would have been fighting at Kylie's house and they weren't. They start fighting once they got down the road to the car. I mean, in the vehicle, and the reason they started fighting was because Tori was mad that Megan was cock blocking him and she came back. And then, so he was so pissed off about that when they were in the vehicle, he decides to throw even more gasoline on a fire by bringing up the fact that he slept with Megan. He started that whole argument in the car to make all of them start fighting. I mean, he
Hmm.
initiated this whole thing. It's his fault.
He absolutely did. That's why he needs to go down for the crime that he actually committed as well. That's why
Okay.
even if they can't prove it, I mean, we all know he done this. He
Okay. At this point, if y'all don't know who did this, I don't know what's wrong with you, cause girl, it ain't that hard to figure out.
It's really
How old
not.
is the jury?
They seem pretty young, about from
Uh,
30 to 50, some like mid 20s to like probably about 50.
so we got some hotties on the stand.
Yeah, like one or two. Mm-hmm. This is true.
It's gonna be some parties everywhere, girl. They all over now.
I
You
just
know
hope
how
they
you
smart enough
feel.
to read through the BS though, Queen.
I hope so too. And it's clear
Yeah.
that Tori is the only one that knew where the gun was because Kelsey says in the audio that he threatened to shoot me and he motioned towards the glove box. Okay. So he knew there was a gun in the front of the car. Okay. He already knew this. So then once they're in the car and the argument and the fighting starts or whatever, when Kelsey gets out of the car and
Yeah.
then her and
She
Megan
you
are
gonna eat or
scuffling.
you about to go to sleep?
Tori says that, I mean, Kelsey says that all of a sudden Tori hops in the front seat, Why did he hop in the front seat? He hopped in the front seat because he knew the gun was in the glove box. I think he opened the
Yeah.
glove box, he took the gun out, and he shot the gun. Once it was over, the shooting was over, I think he stuck the gun back under the seat, under the bag. It's
And
nobody else knew where that gun was but Tory. Why would he hop in the front seat? Kelsey made a point to say that in the audio. And then she says Tory was in the front seat over the door shooting at Megan. There's no if that the witness, he says that he saw a flash by the female. Okay, if you look at where Kelsey was standing on the outside of the car and Megan was on the inside of the car, if Kelsey had a gun in her hand and she shot Megan, it would have been inside the car. It wasn't inside the car. That's how we know that Kelsey didn't shoot Megan, because the shot would have been going, because they were on opposite sides. Also, when Kelsey and Megan were supposedly fighting, then they would have been she would have been fighting. She would have had the gun. It just does not make sense. Everything they're trying to say about Kelsey being the shooter, it doesn't add up. I mean, you just have to use your be logical and use your critical thinking. It does not make sense. Kelsey's on the outside of the vehicle on the driver's side. Megan is in the car sitting on the passenger side. So if she has the gun pointed at Megan, that means that she would have shot inside the car. It
and there,
doesn't make sense.
did they get any blood from inside the car to corroborate that story?
They did have blood, but they said that most of the blood was on the outside of the vehicle. It
Yeah,
wasn't on
that's
the
what I'm
inside.
saying. Because to your to your theory, if that was the case, there would be blood on the inside of the car. That's
Right.
why I'm asking that. Where's the blood from on the inside of the car? Where's
Hey,
that
good night,
blood?
everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
It
I
just
have
don't
a
make sense.
No, it
I have a
doesn't.
I have a question. I thought that from the start, Megan, when she testified, she said from the start that they were all fighting in the car. Didn't she say that?
She did say that, but you know what? I think when she said that, people thought verbally fighting. They didn't think, I don't think people understood that she meant physically fighting. Also, one thing I'm going to say about Megan, I don't think Megan remembers 100% what happened, because let's remember, they said Megan was really drunk. And then I think once she got shot, I think it's possible that she could have been traumatized and she could have forgotten some things. But Kelsey, on the other hand, when they were at Kylie's house, she had taken a nap because she passed out. Let's not say a nap. She passed out in the pool because they said she was so drunk. So she had time to go to sleep and, maybe not be so intoxicated. On the other hand, Megan was very still intoxicated. And so if you're intoxicated, you don't really have the I would say the mental or physical capacity to really fight people off, because you so drunk. You can just be like, I mean, windmilling or whatever. And I think they were attacking her. I don't think the driver was attacking her because he was in the front seat. But I do believe that Tori and Kelsey were probably attacking her. And
Well,
then,
no, King said that witness said today that the driver was attacking Megan too, and it was so intense that he
oh,
didn't
he
know if they were.
did. But that was
Yeah,
on the outside of the car.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I
It
was just
wasn't on the inside. I'm talking about on the inside.
okay, okay.
But
But
the
but
guy,
can we just
the
talk
They
neighbor,
about?
were attacking her also on the
the
inside of the car too. It was a continuous attack all throughout. From what I'm hearing, like she was attacked from the moment they left Kylie's. It seemed like
And
but
can we just
the
talk
neighbor
about?
could have mistaken them fighting. the bodyguard tried to break them up for fighting, you know? Because when
Not
you
to the
see
point
things,
where he would say that it was so bad that he thought that they were gonna dump her body. I don't. I think
Well,
that was very clear about. Um.
listen, but this is what I think he was saying. I kind of see what she's saying. When they were on the outside of the car and the bodyguard says the police is coming, he said Megan kept kicking. She kept kicking. The reason, and I think he thought that they were fighting because she kept kicking, but she was kicking also, I believe, because they were trying to put her in the car and she didn't want to get back in the car. She had already been shot and she was afraid. She didn't know what was going to happen to her. She did not want to get back in that car. And at some point, from what he's saying, it sounds like they had to pick her up and carry her. And even when they did that, he said she was continuously kicking because she did not want to go with them.
so that's what I believe happened. I believe she did say that they were fighting, but the lawyers told her not to get into detail about the fight.
I believe that
So,
too.
so she testified. She said what happened, what she remembers. She said they were fighting, but not into detail because that's going to be proven by the defense. They're going to come up with all their different theories.
Right. That's not the prosecutor's job is to show that he
Exactly.
did it, do it, not
Yeah.
to help
Yeah.
them.
And now the defense is there making up all these little stories or coming up with her sexual past and all these things just to distract the fact that they know. That's why they gave immunity to Kelsey because Kelsey is innocent. They wouldn't give immunity if they knew she was guilty.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
And
So
then
they gave her back.
people want to say, well, what does she need immunity for? Okay, this is one of the things she needed immunity for. First of all, even if you lied to a police officer on the scene or you lied to an investigator, that's a crime. Those are crimes. So
Mhm.
she wanted, when people keep saying, why does she need immunity? Why does she need immunity? She need immunity for that because I think that she knew she was going to come on the stand and lie the day she testified. So that's why she kept pushing the issue that I need immunity because she had already lied the night it happened. They all lied. Kelsey could have told the truth when the incident happened to the police, when the police pulled them over. Tory could have told the truth. He didn't. Megan could have told the truth. She didn't. They all lied that night. They all lied. They took them to the station, and I'm sure they asked them again and they all lied again, but Megan wasn't with them. So she did have some type of culpability, before
And
getting on the stand, and that's why she needed immunity.
didn't Kelsey call Megan saying that, oh, she's so hurt, like her body, she got beat up and she got hurt
She
and all
texted
that
her
stuff.
and I mean not text her. She well she did text her. She texted her and asked her should she go to the what urgent care or emergency room because she was feeling bad and she said maybe it's because Tori beat her up.
So does that make sense if someone just shot you? They would text you that? Like
Say that again.
If Kelsey just shot Megan, why would she text her that after the fact that she just shot
Right.
her?
Right. And for that matter, if Kelsey was really the shooter, her and Megan aren't friends. Why would Megan cover for this girl shooting her? That just doesn't make sense.
Which is why I don't understand this whole theory of she didn't protect Kelsey when she clearly got online and said who shot her from the beginning.
Exactly.
I don't get it. I mean, none of this makes sense. The what
Well,
the story.
they spun the narrative, so they said, "Oh, look, she took all of Kelsey's men," so they made Megan look like she's unloyal.
And the defense told her that too. I'm sure. I'm sure they told her she didn't care anything about you. She didn't go on social media and say you were innocent, but she didn't have to because when she said Tori shot her, that means you didn't do it, stupid. But I think she's too dumb to know that. I mean, you got
Who's Kelsey? Who's Kelsey married to? She's married to someone on in 1501.
and is she really married to him?
As you can hear
I
the birds
see that.
chirping, that lets you know we don't care. Not being funny, but that just goes to show again when people talk about Kelsey, it's a bunch of question marks. When people talk about Meg, there's always follow up. And I think that's kind of part of the reason about what happened on that particular night because, again, you always have that one so called good friend, cousin, sister, whatever, adopted family member or label you done gave them. And they always mad, jealous, and envious, even though without you, they wouldn't be able to travel across the world without you. You wouldn't even been able to meet nobody like a Tory Lane without you. You know what I'm saying? You would have still been stuck wherever she found you at. But instead, she took you with her, and this is the they think she get. Like, you know what I'm saying? Shot in the foot, beat down, scared for her life, thinking she might be intimidated. Got roofied. Both of y'all ended up getting roofied at the house and don't remember what happened. And then when she don't remember what happened, y'all want to say she was lying. That girl was roofie. Roofie jumped and shot all in one night. And
Oh,
possibly
I didn't even
threatened to have
think
her
about
life
that.
too.
I didn't even think about that. She could have been like roofied.
Because Kelsey and them said they was drinking, they was fine, and all of a sudden when they got to the house, she had something to drink, and after she had something to drink, she got sleepy and tired, and all of a sudden she needed to go and lay down. She basically passed out, and she said she don't really know what happened with Megan, but Megan is a lot bigger than her. And like we was talking the other night, I was saying, they be doing that microdose and stuff, and they could have microdosed them girls, food, drink, whatever, up. And Kelsey went down for the count because she probably wasn't able to handle it. Yes, Megan is a bigger girl than her. Maybe her tolerance for certain things is a little bit higher or a little bit stronger, but she didn't go down for the count like they thought she was going to go down for the count. And that's another reason why Tori and them was mad because they thought they was going to get their quote unquote boogie on, so to speak, right? And she was going to be out for the count. It wasn't going to be no issue. Who
But
cares?
Tori
But
was
it didn't happen that way.
in the beginning. Tori wasn't at college. Megan called him later, but I do believe that Kelsey was trying to allude to the fact that maybe Megan was on drugs because she also said she was just laughing, and I wanted to know what's funny. And I've seen her drunk before, but I've never seen her act like this. She said
Right. She was
that they
uncontrollably laughing. She wouldn't stop laughing. She wasn't acting like herself
right.
the
So
whole
I
time.
Kelsey was trying to allude to the fact that Megan
Hmm.
being on drugs, but Tory wasn't at the so-called party initially. He came much later.
Yeah. After old girl asked about him and Megan called him and told him to come to the house.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. I just think there was a lot more to it than what we're getting in the court and from everybody's individual lives and what happened. And we the people can't expect to get the utter truth out of it. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully,
Well,
justice is served.
and you know
Yes.
it is too. I was on I don't know if y'all ever heard of her. She's a lawyer. Her name is Natalie, the lawyer chick. I went on her channel and I was looking at her, and what she was explaining is, and I knew this too, but I don't think people really understand this. I was about respect. She said reasonable doubt. The reason they call it reasonable doubt is because it's not without any doubt. She said you have to have reasonable a reasonable reason to doubt that this person didn't do it. It doesn't mean that you can't have any doubt. She said if there is evidence or proof or something consistent that says that this person did the shooting, although they may have shown some doubt. She said that's not necessarily reasonable doubt. She said because it's reasonable doubt, not just doubt, period.
Well,
I
it's
think
basically Tori said that Kelsey didn't shoot her. Megan said that she didn't shoot her. So they have to come up with a solution.
and that's what they were doing. And the plan all along from Tory and his attorneys was to come into court and just throw a whole bunch of stuff at the jurors in to make them to try to confuse them as to what really happened. But as a juror, I've been a juror before. I was a foreman on a jury before. What you have to do is you have to listen to both sides because in every case, there's somebody that's lying, that's spinning a story, and then somebody that's telling the truth or whatever. So you have to listen to both sides and and just reasonably come up with what you believe happened or what the evidence shows you what happened. So now we have Megan, the victim, saying he shot me. I saw him with the gun. We also had Kelsey saying in the audio that Tori shot her. We also have Kelsey in a text message to the bodyguard saying Tori shot Megan. We also now have a witness that puts the gun in Tori's hand and says that they saw Tori shooting. To me, that's enough proof to make me as a juror, if I was a juror, believe that he did it. There's no reasonable um evidence to me after the witness today to say that Kelsey had the actual gun. And King of Pain, I also want to ask you about something because I also heard someone else say that the forensic person said 90% of the DNA that was on the clip was male. Okay, I think you
Well,
say
well, I heard that your DNA, so they don't even know if his prints are on the gun because his once you're in once you're swimming in water, your DNA can wash off of you can't it's hard to get people's DNA on the gun,
yeah,
like
but
especially if they wipe it off and your hand has been in water,
he
it's
said they
hard to
couldn't
get the prints.
Corey's DNA because it was inconclusive. He said, but he said, I think he said, but they did know that it was male DNA. And I also, heard someone say that 90% of the DNA that was on there, although it was inconclusive to assign it to a particular person, they said the DNA that was on there, 90% of it was male DNA. You know,
Yeah,
and
that's why they can't get his exact prints on it because his
right,
hands were wet because he was swimming. But
right.
they
But
can identify the sex of, I guess, the fingerprints, I guess.
it all points to Tory Lanez as the shooter. It all points to that.
Well, Kelsey, to me, I can see it like just by the look of her. She just looks like one of those jealous friends. Even I don't know what it is. I could just see it. And even with Shaquila, she just, I mean, in Mexico with all these friends just attacking her, guys and girls attacking her. She lost her life. And it's like anything could have happened. What if Megan got shot and died, you know? And I do empathize with her because her mom just passed away. I could just imagine, like, at that age, she was probably just drinking her sorrows away, you know?
That
And
be
they
true.
said that Tory Lane's mom just passed away at this like around that time too. So she was probably just like, thinking he was a good friend, you know, and he betrayed her. That's what I think happened. And she
Because
didn't like the, yeah,
Wow. Trauma bonding. Thank you,
trauma
Megan. You
bonded.
didn't know that.
And
You
and
just
think
brought
about
that
it.
in and
She's in
touched
her
somebody's
20s
head.
and she has no one.
Hmm.
course she's gonna trauma bond with anyone who can relate to her.
Right.
Exactly.
Hmm. That makes a lot more
Okay.
sense. I didn't know that his mama died around the same time as well. That definitely was a trauma bond situation.
And even though Meg made some bad decisions, I think it's still not justification for someone shooting her. Just
Yeah, definitely. Not over no.
But
Not
I
over
have,
story.
but if half these people brought up their sexual past or their sexual history, it would be the same stuff. It's just because she's in the spotlight, and and now they're gonna bring up all these stories. But most people have slept with a lot of people.
Right, let's just tell the truth and shame the devil, okay? What they trying to do is they trying to demonize this poor girl, and they trying
They're
to make him out to
demonizing her.
be, and they trying to make him out to be some sort of angel child. You understand? And that's typically what they do. Talking faces. I was about to call you. Keep want to call you changing faces.
Changing
Talking
faces.
faces. She she hit on a lot of the same things that I was talking about earlier with this. You have the with the whole mentality and things of that nature where it's like no matter what, we gotta protect the black man, but who protecting the black woman that's protecting the black man? And
Okay.
that's what this is really more about. You know what I'm saying? They got all these other distractions in there. Oh, she slept with him first. She slept with him last. Megan was already chatting and flirting with him before she even put her girl on him to even test him out before she decided if she wanted him or not. But everybody not looking at it from that angle. Y'all think just the men send out they little crew and whatever to test out the women that they want to deal with after the show? No. Megan got her homegirl. Her homegirl do the same thing. Kind of like the dude that helped Kelly out, R. Kelly. He point them out. This one is cute. This one is cute. I want to see them in the back. Same difference. It's all kind of like, you know what I'm saying? It's like no
But
big difference.
to me in Hollywood, they all sleep with each other. Every
They
Mm,
one of
do.
them.
That's
It,
facts.
it, they all sleep because they all do.
yeah. So, but
Every
but I'm saying
celebrity's been with a
they're
list
making
of
a difference because
celebrities
she's
of
a
people.
woman, and that's what I'm saying. They doing what they always do.
They're
Meg
giving her the
is
scar. They're giving the Scarlet Act. The Scarlet was it
the
the
Scarlet
Scarlet?
Letter, right?
The Scarlet Letter.
Exactly.
But I
Hmm.
think Megan was really looking. You know how when they say promiscuous girls or women or whatever, is because you're looking for something. Megan lost
Hmm.
a lot of loved ones, and she
Back to
doesn't have
back.
anyone. And I think
Hmm.
Megan sleeping with these men is like she's looking for
She
love.
was looking for
I
the
think
home.
that's what she's really looking for. She's looking for a sense of family. You know,
Hmm.
that's why I think she's promiscuous. That's really why I think it
Hmm.
is.
That's exactly what it is. She looking for love. She then lost everybody. I mean, she basically out and about in the world by herself. She got this brand new career that it just took off and skyrocketed. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who would have been a trusted loved one is no longer there to go to. So now she got to try to maneuver around all these different types of people. Different levels. They say come different devils. And her
And
one
your
go-to
friends are
is
imagine your friends are around you watching that, and just all the jealousy that just starts to boil up.
right. And it'd be crazy because they jealous of you. Well, Megan, they jealous of Megan because Megan actually did what she set out to do. Whereas the rest of them didn't do any of it, if half of what they said they was going to do. Same thing with Shanquella, God rest her soul. They all had that PPP money. And she took her money and she was prosperous with her money. And she actually was able to pay the people back and move on and have, profitable businesses going on. The other ones, whatever they tried to do, it flopped. And they was mad. So instead of going back to the drawing board, starting over again, or even saying, hey, sis, Shanquilla, can you help me out? Quilla, whatever, I want to do this and that. And then I tried it before, I couldn't do it. Instead of just going to her, they friend, they homegirl, they sister, what have you, instead of doing that and just asking for help, just humbling themselves, just breaking their ego for a little bit, they probably would have got way further ahead than what now is the road that they've now carved out for themselves. You understand? People
But
do that no matter what level of status there is.
Megan is in a vulnerable state right now, and after her mom died and everything. So she was in a
Hmm.
position for people to really take advantage of her. And I
Yes,
do believe that
Yeah.
Megan the Stallion has been taken advantage of. People have taken
right.
advantage of her. I think
I saw
501,
her.
1501 took advantage of her. I think Rock Nation
Hmm.
is taking advantage of her. And she's just
Hmm.
in a very bad situation right now because she's in a 360 contract or whatever. 1501 is not paying her. I mean, Megan, I'm surprised that Megan is still being able to function out in this world right
Hmm.
now with all the different things that is going on with her. I mean, she could
Yeah.
easily be suicidal, but she's
I'm
not.
Right.
thinking. I feel like I'm scared that she might be like that because I remember watching her perform on Saturday Night Live, and she performed that song "Anxiety," and she looked like she was gonna break down and cry, but she made it through the song, and you could see the realness and the rawness. Like if you watch it, you're gonna cry.
And let me tell you something else I noticed. I watched her on those award shows where she performed. If y'all get a chance, go and look at the videos. When a person is performing, they have a pleasant look on their face, even after it was over. You see the pain in this woman's face
She
during
said
her
it because
performance and after.
she said it because she wished that her mom and grandma could see her.
You
She
see,
said
I
that.
saw it. It was pain. You could tell that she was in pain. You could tell she's not necessarily happy. I saw it. I
No,
watched
she's
her
not.
performance because I wanted to see, because I noticed that I rarely ever see her, like smile and stuff like that since all this negativity. And then I just went back and I looked at her videos and I was like, you could see the pain in her. It's really sad.
But the thing is, they hate on her so much because she's one of the top performers. She's a performer. She can
Yeah,
go on
she's talented.
stage. She's talented, and she can go on stage and command the audience. And she just needs to be by herself and do her. She's a dancer. She can dance. So they're gonna hate on her
Maybe
But the
that's
because
thing
what's
is
saving her.
that she, but that's what I was gonna say. The thing is, I just had a conversation. I've been talking about this baby for the past 24 to 48 hours.
I can't hear. I
Megan
can't
is
hear
that.
you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now? Am I louder?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I was saying I've been kind of talking about this for the last 24 to 48 hours about the strong friend. You know how you need to check in on your strong friend, your
Hmm.
strong sister, your strong auntie, your strong whoever that strong person is in your life that you can always go to no matter what you're going through. They always there with a smile, love, encouragement, loving advice, whatever you need, they got it. But people never really tend to check in on them. Megan is that strong friend, and
Yes, of
she
course.
doesn't have anybody to check in on her right now. So she's having to learn how to maneuver. If all of her closest and strongest people that she had in her inner circle are now all gone, she now has to like unlearn a lot of the things that she knew before. She got to kind of deprogram and reprogram and refocus her energy on what it is she wants out of life now because it's going to look way different than what she's always seen up until, the loss of her loved ones. So you have to kind of take that into account as well. She's young. She doesn't have, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't have anybody in her corner that she could truly trust. And when you get up there, you get all kind of snakes and everybody in your face want shake your hand, have you sign a contract, act like they're your best friend, your man, whatever, and come in, swoop in, and try to take you for everything they can. So this baby is in a messed up situation, and it's really, really sad. You would
I
never
just
think
don't
it would
trust the
be that.
Kardashians. It's so funny how she came from their house and this all happened.
Hmm.
Those Kardashians, I don't know. It's like
Hmm.
they don't want anyone to have star power above them.
Of course
Somebody
not.
had said something about it being some sort of sacrifice or something.
That's what I'm
That's
saying,
what they
though.
was talking about. I mean, they both would have benefited if they both would have been signed to the same label that she was on, and the label wasn't making no money off of her. I mean, it's plausible. I could see it, but you know,
And now you have these people saying if Tori gets off, then Megan's career is
hmm
over. They want her career to be over. I just never have seen people
hmm
so vested in a person's career
No, look at
being over,
they.
ending this woman's career.
Yeah,
Why would her career be over if he gets off? I mean, because a logical person would say, okay, I mean, he just got off or whatever, but it's
But,
clear
could,
that he did
but
it.
hello, panel. My name is Michael Classic. Because the music is about content and bits of fragments of your life. So if she's going to, if any entertainer is going to go in about bits and fragments of their life, they got to tell you the truth. So she would have to rap about this situation, which would equate to no sales because don't nobody want to hear about that.
No, but I think that they want her career to be over. I don't think it's necessarily have anything to do with the music and the content of her rapping. They want her career to be over with because they
but
want
I
Tori to
noticed
be
this with the
innocent.
black community. This is what I noticed a trend in the black community. If there's a powerful, successful, especially dark-skinned black woman, especially men and women, try to break that woman down. I can list. Let's start from the most richest black woman in the world, Oprah Winfrey. Everyone has broken that woman down. Has nothing
Yep,
good to
fat,
say about her.
fat, skinny Oprah,
Okay, look
gay
at Liz.
Oprah, gay Oprah.
There
Yep,
you
you
go.
right,
There you go. Look at
you
Whoopi
right.
Goldberg. Look at Lizzo. Look at I can list them
Yep,
all. If you are not an aesthetic that is
that.
pleasing to the eye,
But see, that's not just black or dark skin or light skin black. That's the whole entertainment industry.
I agree.
I mean, like even Johnny Depp went through that. Even Johnny Depp went through that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
he
but it's
white as snow.
different. It's not the same as black people because
Mhm.
I mean, and it's agenda that they're pushing because I think really and truly, and I know y'all probably won't think this is being hyperbolic, but I don't believe that. If you just really look at what's going on right now, it's almost like they are trying to eradicate black people. If you look at the movies that they're making and everything, they're pushing this whole interracial relationship. It's like they want all black people to mate with um a different race of people that has a white skin tone because it's almost like they're trying to bleach the black out of people. Like they want us to
Yeah,
be
yeah, that's been
gone.
going on for 10 years. That's been going on for 10 years now. Look at Sammy Sosa. Everybody, go to your Google machine. Look at a picture of Sammy
Oh, I
Sosa
know what he looks like. Yeah.
when he hit 62 home runs, and look at him now.
he
Look at
said.
him now.
He gray.
He
He
right.
gray.
That's
He
my YouTube
gray.
channel that one day we're gonna wake up and there's not gonna be nobody that look like us. None of the kids are gonna look like us because
Right.
everybody's
Oh,
Right.
it's happening. It's happening
They
every
are
No,
day.
that's
pushing
never
it.
Right. Right.
possible. That's never possible. There's a lot of
It's
black
never talked
people
about.
run this world, but in North America, yes, that's possible in North America.
But they are really pushing that here. Even our own
hmm
black people are doing this. If you look at Shonda Rhimes that did Grace Anatomy
hmm
and all these other shows, when
Right.
she put her black co-stars, the men with women, it's always a white woman or an Asian woman or a Hispanic
hmm
woman. It's she never has any real black love. I don't know any show that she's done where a black person is with a black person. It's always an interracial relationship. The commercials
hmm
are the same way. What do you see on
hmm
all these commercials? It's a black person and a white person. That's what they're pushing.
Well, I heard that
Yeah,
men who go to the NFL, they're told to marry white women. And if you go to if you look at all the men in the NFL, all of them have white blonde wives. Every
yeah,
single one of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Every single one of them.
My brother played NCAA Division One or Division Two or whatever the highest division football for two different teams, and he come back to the house with white women.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because they're even
big
told
time,
to have a white one. Yeah,
big
Well, one of
time,
the
big
reasons, let
time.
me tell you, I don't think this is something that they're necessarily saying to them to do. It happens. And the reason that it happens is because of this. Let me tell you from my own experience or whatever. I'm an older person now, but not just to toot my horn or whatever. I'm beautiful at the age I am, but I was even more beautiful when I was younger. And I used to hang in spaces where there were athletes and celebrities. But let me tell you about spaces like that though. It's very few black women that are in those spaces. Most of the
Right.
women that you see in those spaces are white women. So a lot of times where these athletes are, it's a bunch of white women, but it is up to the athlete to go out of that space to be around women that are black. If that's what you want to be with, if you want to be with
Yeah.
a black woman. But a lot of the times though, these spaces that they're in is full of white
Right.
women.
Right. Surroundings. Executives and millionaires
Right.
and assistants
Right.
and
And those
trainers.
and let me
okay,
tell
Yes.
you something.
I'm telling you, I'm from my city. Okay, I've been to industry parties. I actually know Drake. Okay, and I'm okay. I don't fit the exact aesthetic, but I guess I pass because I'm attractive enough. And they will tell you when you go to these industry parties, just when a hip hop artist comes to the city and they have a party, when you go into those parties, they request the women they want in the
Right.
parties. So
Facts.
they'll say only mixed women, white, Asian, and if she's a black girl, she has to be really pretty.
Racially
And
ambiguous.
that really, she has to have, it's featureism. She has to have great features in her face,
Uh,
her body. And they pick who they want at the parties. They tell them,
of,
you won't get through
of
the
course.
door.
Of course. Who wants to be a part of that? I don't. I'm sorry. There ain't enough
It's the,
money in the world.
it's the new world we're in.
But if that's what they're pushing on you, like I said, black people are easily persuaded.
Manipulated.
Yes,
Manipulated.
they really
That's a
are.
good word.
And it's from the standpoint of having a slave mentality. And a lot of black people don't even realize what has happened to them and what they're doing because they don't see it.
So
Yep. Yep.
do you believe in the Willie Lynch letter? Did you hear about that? Have you ever heard
Um,
about that?
s- to some degree, I do, but you don't even have to even go to the Willie Lynch letter. I mean, you could just look at everyday people, and
Yeah.
it,
The
it
thing is, you can't live in the past with Emmett Till and Willie Lynch letters. You got to
No,
live in the present because that's what we're
but
living in now.
The Willie Lynch letter literally predicted that this is what's going to happen to our society with the black slave. So the slave predicted this is what's going to happen. We are going to be slaves to our slave owner. We are going to depend on them. We are going to turn against each other. Predicted all of this.
because that was instilled. It was
Yes.
instilled in the slaves. I mean, you have to think
Yes.
about it. Black, it was over 400, over 500 years. Black people were slaves or whatever. And then from generation for generation, they were instilling it in their children or whatever.
No, it's
It's
been 300 years, and it's been almost 300 years. So that's not that long ago.
no, it's over. People, there were slaves. Black people were slaves for over 400 years. Over 400 years.
We've been
That was
slaves for
that was
thousands of years.
that was slavery. And
Oh,
the,
slavery. Yeah.
Yes, slavery. And then when slavery was gone, then you had Jim Crow. I mean, it was instilled. These all of the systems that are in place were put in place to keep black people down, and they're still in place. So I
Yes.
mean, how can black people really be free, really be free, when these institutions that were put in place to oppress us are still in place?
Well,
I
this is
got an
what I
answer
was
for
saying.
that. I got an answer for that. Move to Canada.
No, I'm don't say that. I'm from Canada.
It's
I'm from
slavery.
Canada.
It's racism and discrimination everywhere.
Oh,
So
I'm from
what
Canada. No, Canada's a good
if a
country. It's
foreigner comes
expensive
to
though.
Canada and assaults somebody in Canada?
Listen, there's a man who just shot 6 men, 6 people in their condos.
From where?
Just Toronto.
No, but I'm saying,
Toronto?
what if a foreigner, like,
Hey,
what if an
he was
American
probably
comes
an
to Canada
American. He was probably
and
an American from Detroit
No, he
somewhere.
wasn't.
I ain't gonna lie.
what happens if an American comes to Canada and assaults a Canadian?
Sorry, say it again.
What happens if an American comes to Canada and assaults a Canadian?
Um,
You won't
he'll
see
get
America again.
he gets deported back to America, I bet.
So why hasn't
Uh,
Tory been deported back to Canada? Because he keeps getting away with it. We cannot keep letting this man get away with what he's doing.
well,
Facts.
by law, if he gets charged even with a gun possession, illegal gun possession, he'd probably
Right.
be sent
He
back to Canada. He will. He'll probably get. He probably if they sentence him, he'll probably have to serve a term in the states, and then he gets deported back to Canada,
Afterwards.
and then he'll probably have a ban where he can't go to the states for like 10 to 15 years, like most rappers here.
That's how it works. You
Mm-hmm.
serve
And
your
he's fight.
time,
That's why
and then
he's
they
fighting
deport
for
you.
his life, and he's paying people off,
right,
and he's
Mm,
doing this
right,
because he does not want to be banned from the states. That's where his money's
right,
at.
mm-hmm. He's
right,
gonna lose so much
right,
money. He's gonna lose so much
right.
money if he can't.
He's gonna, yeah, you can't, there's no rap scene. And that's why I believe Drake is involved, kind of, trying to pay his lawyers, has the best lawyers, the best Jewish lawyers. And trust me, he's paying that bill because they want Toronto to blow up because we have good rappers here. But it's just now Tory kind of messed that all up,
Mm.
because he's a
And,
good rapper.
and he gonna keep doing it. He won't be satisfied to he get the axe. Him and Trey Songs, they will not be
Tory Lanez has a
satisfied.
problem. He has a
Oh,
Yeah,
problem.
they will.
but you
Him and
notice how
Trey
the
Songs,
baby,
they will not be satisfied till they end up like R. Kelly. They will
So
not be
like R.
satisfied. I'm
Kelly,
telling
that's
you.
so true. That's so true. But but when look at the baby. The baby got canceled. Like he got canceled so fast.
They think their money can beat the things that they do. And what they don't
Yeah.
realize that, and it's so stupid, black people don't realize that just because you have money, that doesn't exempt you from being treated black, because
okay,
you're going to be treated
Mm-hmm.
black. That's why a lot of them went fall from grace, because they think once they get the money that white America is looking at them different, and they
Mm-hmm.
do look at you different, but they look at you from a different they look at you different from the standpoint as, here's a black person with money, okay, so we're going to try to use him to make to get us money, but the moment he makes a mistake, he's
Mm-hmm.
that's over. We're gonna persecute him, and
But
that's how it literally
Kanye,
works with
Well, look at
black
Kanye
people.
West. Look at Kanye West.
Kanye, uh-huh. They
Kanye.
Jay
sold
Z,
Oh, look
him.
at that. And you know what?
Jay
Look at
Z,
that. And it's hmm?
Jay Z made a song about it. It's called "The Story of OJ."
Story of
What she just
OJ.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she
What,
just said.
did you
Yep.
listen to the
He made a
444
song about it.
album? Yeah.
Yeah.
And and Kanye's basically he's trying to tell us what's going on in the industry. We're not in control of it. There's
But
another
you know
country
what?
that's in
We
control of it.
can't totally just follow everything that Kanye West say, because Kanye West, he has some mental health issues.
Oh, he
And
does, yeah.
how you know that is something wrong with Kanye West? Because Kanye West goes on these rants talking about that he wants ownership and all of that. He had ownership and he sold his ownership. He owned Yeezy. He owned Yeezy. He could have
No,
did his
Adidas,
own store
Adidas own Easy.
because he
So
sold it to them. He sold it to
then
them.
that's why now he's not, that's what made him a billionaire status.
But
He It
listen,
was money.
he contradicts himself. How can you want ownership when you had it, but you sold it? But this is what I'm trying to say here.
But that's how
Is
businessmen make money. So
yeah, but right, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is there's something different with Kanye West. Kanye wanted to be like the white man. This is what he thought. He thought he could go to Adidas and he could sell his brand to Adidas, and he did. And he thought in return, Adidas was going to give him some ownership of Adidas because that's what he wanted. And they
He wanted to
never
be the next Louis Vuitton. He wanted to be the next Louis Vuitton.
and they
Yep,
never offered him that because
he
they were
did.
going to never give him that. And once he found out that they wouldn't give him ownership in Adidas, that's when he got angry and all of this stuff. But he had ownership and he sold it to them. They played him. He allowed them to play him and he played himself.
Louis
Checkmate.
Vuitton. He wants to be Louis Vuitton.
Yeah,
His
yeah,
fashions are his fashions are dreadful. They're dreadful.
right. I
His
know.
fashion is mm-mm,
Cause he crazy.
mm. Give up on
I
that one.
mean, that's my dude. That's my dude. But I know what he trying to do. He just he don't have the vocabulary or the vernacular to do it. That's all.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, he
Because he
does.
That's
goes off
all.
of people telling him things. He just regurgitates what someone has told him. He
But
has
here's the
no
thing.
no knowledge
Here's
of
the
his
thing.
own.
Kanye's mom
Essentially,
died. How many years ago did Kanye's mom die?
about 10.
Okay, and they still use that as an excuse for his mental illness and all the stuff he's said about black women and done, all the stuff he's done. They say, oh, his mom just passed. He's grieving. But Megan the Stallion, whose mom passed like within a year, they didn't even bring that up that her mom, she was grieving. That doesn't even come into play.
I'm gonna tell y'all, they fear black women. The black woman is the most feared person on this planet because black women make things happen. Black women get out here and get things done, and they know this. Black women are the most entrepreneurs in this in the United States right now. They really are. They are surpassing everyone, and no one wants that to happen. That's another reason why black women are not protected.
So
They
what are
fear.
black women gonna do about it?
What can you do? You can't change the way people view you. We shouldn't be worried about how they feel about us. We shouldn't care about that. We need to get out here and just keep doing what we're doing because you can't change the hearts of other people. If people view you a certain way for no reason, that's the way they're going to view you. You can't change that.
Yep, yep.
They fear white people really feel inferior to black people whether they want to admit it or not. That's the truth.
Oh, of course, because remember, we taught them how to do most things,
and, and
right?
and another reason they hate black women, the main reason they hate black women, let me tell you this. Scientists knows this, and people have been through the years found this out. Every person on this planet, human, is here because of a black woman. The black woman is the only person on this planet that possesses the gene that can make all races of people. So
Yes.
that tells you the first people on this planet were black people. Because if the black woman is a direct link to all humans, then what does that tell you? Black people were the first people on this planet, on Earth.
They
They were
have
the
a
first people.
they have an
A black
African
woman,
statue.
a black woman can have a baby with blonde hair and blue eyes and still be black.
Well,
Yep.
there's a whole part of Africa, the Somalians. They all have blonde hair and blue eyes. Most of them.
Right. Right.
Black women have
Africa's
the Eve gene. The Eve gene is the gene that creates races of people, different races, different ethnic groups. And that gene, the Eve gene, is only found in black women. There's no one else that has that gene but black women. Scientists have proven that it is the only woman, the black woman is, that can create all races. So when you hear people in the Jewish community say we are the original people, we are the first people, how can you be the first people when
no,
everyone
but if
derived from a
you
black woman?
my background, my grandma's Jewish. If you meet real Jewish people, they will tell you that the original Jew is the black person. They will tell you that.
Well, you're
Most
right.
Right.
Jewish
There
people,
are a few.
It's in Russian
they come from
encyclopedias.
Egyptian. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Egyptian.
It's
They
in
know
Russian
that.
encyclopedias. Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's
They
Yes.
one
know
of the
that.
reasons
Look.
why they want to
But
get rid of all these books in the schools and stuff. I mean, black people need to be paying attention to what they do. I'm telling you, they're literally
no, but
trying
they're
to
using the
eradicate
music
us.
to distract us. They're using the music and the
Yes.
fashion and the
They're trying to,
Yeah.
cars.
yes, they really are. I mean, it's really sad. And the young people, y'all, I'm telling y'all, if it's up, if we are depending on the new generations of young people to keep
Good
this from
luck with that.
happening, we're lost. We are lost.
Good luck with
No, but
that.
let me tell
Good
you,
luck
I
with
have
that.
my daughter. My daughter is in her 20s. She's 21. And it really, they're a different generation, meaning that they have more education. They're making better decisions.
Yes.
They have more information, flow of information on how to live a certain lifestyle. They are more
Yes.
educated. They're totally different
Yes.
from us.
Yeah, but
They're more open.
listen, just because they're more educated, it doesn't mean that they would be able to keep our survival.
They can't
Listen,
be
wait a minute.
corrupted. They can't
Right,
be
survival
corrupted.
in
Yeah.
place. And let me tell you why. It's because these young people that you're talking about, that's 20, 21, they are from the mindset that racism don't exist. This is how they think. Racism don't exist. We all have the same opportunities as the next person. This is how they think. They, with the women's right, I try to tell these young people, y'all, it's very important for y'all to come out here and vote, because I said, before you know it, I said Roe v. Wade will be gone. I said, because this is what they're planning on doing. And they were like, oh, that'll never happen or whatever. And we don't think like that or whatever. And what happened? Roe versus Wade is gone.
Gone.
The next thing they're working on is a affirmative action. Once they get rid of affirmative action, that will mean that these companies will not have to hire black people or a brown people. They can hire who they want to hire. These young people, this is what they'll tell you. Oh, we don't need affirmative action anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy. You don't need
Because
that.
these young people are entrepreneurs. They're
Yeah, they work from
they
home. They work on
they work
YouTube,
from
you
home.
know.
Yeah, they're thinking about opening their own business. They
Right.
think on a different level. I'm telling you, they might not have the
Right.
life skills.
N- I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have
No,
two
go ahead.
20-year-old I have two 20-year-old daughters, one 21 and one 26, and they're very successful and they're single. They're catching hell trying to find a mate
Hmm.
right now.
Yeah, but they're
So
not rushing
I
to have
counsel
kids.
them. So I counsel them and just try and lead them in the right path. But they some good girls. I got some good girls. I got 3 daughters, no
But it
boys.
takes,
Oh,
but
that's
listen,
good.
it takes more than being an entrepreneur and being successful. Because let me tell you something. If you look back through history, you remember Black Wall Street. Black people were very successful, and what did white people do? What did they do?
Destroy it.
They
Destroy
destroyed it.
it.
So just because you are successful, it doesn't mean that you can't lose all that. That's why it's also very important for black people to be a part of politics and legislation, to have their to have a seat at the table, because you can be as successful as you want to be. But if these white people are running everything, all of that can be taken away. And we didn't have just one Black Wall Street. That didn't just happen one time. That happened over and over again. All you have to
And the
do is
Black
go
Wall
look
Street
through
was
history.
run, and Wall Street was the biggest money maker was a woman. I can't
Right.
remember her name.
And what
She
did
was
they
the
Right.
do? They
was a
they
woman.
blew it
It was
up.
a black woman, and they blew
Right.
it up.
So it
But
takes
Right.
more than that. You have to
But
do
here's the
more
thing,
than
that's
that.
why the newer generation, that's why I say they're on a different level, because you're talking about building structure, building businesses, black owned businesses where we don't have to rely off the other the other cultures to supply us with
But
that.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you, we had that before, and what happened to it?
but you
That
can't, you have to be optimistic now. You got
you
to think this, if
no,
the
you have
world
to
is.
also be realistic. You have to be realistic, because
And
these young
realistically, I'm thinking realistically, I'm looking at the world and the way it's progressing. The world is not as racist as it was before. You, as much as it still is racist and bias and prejudice, we are
Right.
there's still
I can go
equal
with that.
opportunity. Equal
I can go with
opportunity
that.
is available to us, and
But
it
what I'm
wasn't
Yeah.
telling you
available.
is, this is what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not against all that. I'm not. I'm saying that they should do that, but you have to do both. You can't just do one. Because, for an example, we can build all these businesses, but if we're not at the table to make sure that there are laws in place to protect us and our businesses, then that can be taken away from us. It's
They
not like
will.
you just do one part of it and not doing the other part. These young black people, they're not interested in having a seat at the table. What they're
I
saying
don't.
is,
I disagree with that. I
well,
disagree.
okay, you can disagree with it, but I'm just giving you the way I see it and what I hear these young people say. I mean, we're not going to agree on everything, so that's okay if you disagree with me. I don't have a
Because
problem with
the
that.
we just
But
had
what
a black
but what I'm
woman
saying, let me finish my
appointed
point.
to the Supreme
Let me
Justice.
finish my point. Let me finish my point. I talk to so many black people, young people, and I tell them that it's okay for us to do that and have our own. I agree with that 1000%, that we need to do that. But while we are doing that, we have to also have a seat at the table so these people can go in Congress and the Senate and the White House. We have to have a seat at the table so they
Right.
cannot put these laws in place that will hinder us and hurt us. That's why it's important for us to vote and have a seat at the table, because laws
Right.
like affirmative action can be taken away, just like Roe versus Wade. And then what happens? A woman, she doesn't even have really rights over her body anymore because of what Roe v. Wade um did to keep us having the right. And then once it was taken away, they can literally tell us now what we can do with our body. So that's why it's important for us to have a seat at the table so we can be a part of lawmaking and decisions, so that we can protect our businesses, protect our people, protect ourselves from being locked out of different institutions.
You know
That's all
what?
I'm saying.
You know what? That was called hip hop, but it got infiltrated. Now
That's
it's
a fact
called
too.
rap.
That's a fact
Yep.
too.
Now it's called rap.
They
Yep.
took
Yeah.
it over and they're changing it. And now they're changing it to the point where they don't even want these. these rappers, to the black rappers, to be rappers. They locking them all up. Did y'all hear about the whole thing of this rapper that was computer generated and he was making money? Let me give you another example. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. It's this white guy that he have a computer generated black model. She's very beautiful, but she is not real. She is a black model, and she's booking jobs, and she's not even
What?
a real person. And
Jobs?
he's
Like what
What?
kind of jobs?
modeling
Mm,
jobs, where
mm.
they give him clothing and it's computer generated. He put clothes
What?
on this black model and she's in
Oh,
these magazines, and he's making money off of this
but
black
do you
model.
know that in Japan they
That's
have
not even a
so
real model.
yeah, in Japan they have like artificial people. So when you go to the
That's
hotel,
what I'm
Hologram.
saying. That's
Hologram.
what I'm saying.
hologram,
Hologram. Hologram.
and they're making
Just
artificial
not to
uterus
tell
where the children
tell
can
But
be
her
she's
born
not
in
a
the.
hologram. She's not a hologram. It's just an image. It's an image that he made that you can put clothes on this image or whatever. And
Mm.
she's booking it. This non-person, she's getting jobs, and the black models are saying that she's taking work from them, but she's not even a real person. It's
Do
not a
the
Hey,
real
people
person.
know? Do they know she's not real?
Yes, they do. But these companies are hiring this non-person to, wear
that's
their
called
clothes.
that's called artificial intelligence. Like the voice you
Mm-hmm.
hear, that's not really a human voice. It's a computer generated voice.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
W- Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a lot of weight. That's what I'm saying. I understand what these young people are doing, and I totally agree with it. I feel like we need to start sticking together. We need to have our own. But at the same time, we also need to have a seat at the table. We need to be engaged to what laws are being instituted in this country. We have to do both.
Ma'am,
And they don't think that they have to do both. They saying we can just
ma'am,
create our own. And that's not true.
ma'am, ma'am. A black woman wrote a movie about this, and the script got stolen from her. The movie is called The Terminator.
Yep, I was about
Yes.
to
Oh
say the
yeah.
Terminator. This is the term. I was about to say
And
that
she
this is the
also and she
Terminator,
also wrote and she also wrote The Matrix.
the
They stole
Matrix.
they stole that from her, but they paid her. Her name is
I didn't even know it
Sophie.
was a black woman. Really?
Sophie Stevens or something like
Oh, her
that.
name's
Yeah,
So it's
she is a black
Yeah,
woman. Yeah, she is.
she
I heard
created
her
the
name.
Terminator 1982. She
Really?
created the Matrix. Yes. Yes, they stole the script. Look it up on your YouTube.
Oh
It's
my
also
gosh.
the black man that created the Jeffersons, Good Times, and one other show is a black man. But you know who has credit for that? A white man.
Ho- Hollywood
But they
Jews.
I, I am
they
so
stole it
shocked
from him.
about that.
That's
I
true.
am
It's
literally
facts.
shocked about that.
It's
Look it up,
I
facts.
ma'am. It's a fact. Terminator was created by a black woman. The Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ironically, Schwarzenegger, the governor of California. Ironically,
the ex
ironically.
governor. The ex
Oh, when I come
governor.
in,
Okay,
when
Tonka.
Classic come in, Classic got facts. I got facts. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But the
he's the ex
Terminator, this is basically the Terminator. Everything in the
Uh,
movie, it's like,
look
yeah,
look up on your YouTube who created the Terminator. The first thing you go see is a black woman face with a Jerry curl. I
And
swear to
look up the
God.
Jeffersons. Look up Good Times. It was a black man that did it, and a white man stole it from him, and he took him to court. And what happened was when he went to court, he told them that they told him, well, just sue the production company, just sue them because they have the real money. So you're gonna sue me. Sue the white man that stole it from him. You're going to get a little money, but you can get more money from the actual production companies, the what is it, the movies, the people that does the movies like Warner Brothers and stuff like that. So
Yeah, MGM.
right, so
Yeah.
he did it the way they told him to do it. Once the case was settled and over, they told him, you know what, you can't. He tried to sue the production company, and they told him, no, you lost that ability when you brought the suit against the man, I can't think of this man's name that stole these shows from him, but he stole Good Times, he stole the Jeffersons, and he stole, I think it's What's Happening. I think it's What's Happening. But he stole those three shows from this black man.
His name
This
would happen to be Michael Miller with it, because that's my name. But I can remember seeing that in the credits on all those shows. Michael Miller.
Okay.
I don't know what,
Hmm.
I can't remember what his name is, but he's the one who created those shows and they were stolen from him. So that's why I'm saying we have to have a foot at the table, because if we don't, they will create these laws that will take our intellectual property from us and everything. And these
It's
young people
already
don't
in the
think in
works
terms of that.
though. But it's already in the works though. I mean, if you guys are watching, talking about watching stuff like watch Netflix and look at the movie or the series Solos, they have a story in Solos where the man is basically getting ready to check up out of here, and what they do is they take his consciousness and they download it into a chip, and then they put the chip into a artificial simulation of him and his body, and they put his consciousness back inside of that thing and send it back to his family as
Yeah,
if he
they
never
they made a movie about that too. It was called Get Out.
yes.
No, yeah, but no, but I'm saying in Solos, right? In that movie, if you watch it on Netflix, Solos, it's the black dude. I can't think of his name. But
Oh, I
they
know what's going
basically,
on.
basically, they've already created these versions of AI people, these avatars that you can download them in. They have it on YouTube where they were showing the video of the people, the artificial people, where they were saying how these are the 2018 versions. I'm like, we in 2026
No.
going into 2023. This is the
Yeah.
Right.
2018 version.
That's also
You know what
called
I'm saying?
Elon Musk. That's also called Elon Musk
Mhm.
Neuralink, the chip in your
Mhm.
brain,
And
Oh
where
and you
they
know
boy.
take
what,
the
guys?
where
Look
they
at the
take the chip from your credit card and they put it on top of your fucking brain. Oh, excuse my
Yeah,
Well,
they
French,
already
but
got it. They already got it over here
ever
in
since I saw,
DC
ever since
where
I
they
saw
have
Mark
it
Zucker,
in their with
I saw Mark Zuckerberg doing an interview, and he had the computer screens behind him, and I didn't even notice. Everyone noticed that he covered all the screens, all the little
Mhm.
cameras on his screen. So basically, your computer is watching you.
oh
Absolutely.
Your
yeah,
Oh,
phone,
they know
sorry, your
that.
computer, your phone, and everything's watching you,
All that
and they're
stuff
yeah,
taking
is
your
happening.
algorithm. They're basically taking the algorithms out of all the things you search or listen
yes,
Mhm.
to.
Yeah.
yes.
It's on
I
It's already
24/7.
happening.
24/7, and that's why
It,
you don't even need to go and send paperwork. They'll just send everything through your email. Your everything will be sent through your email because the government knows everything.
Let me tell you
I'm a
Mhm.
something.
witness.
Let me tell you something. I
I'm a
got a
witness to that.
cold. I had a cold and I got it from my brother had come over and he was sick and he had a cold and he gave it to me and I was so upset with him. He came after my cold was over with. He came over and I was talking to him and I was telling him the next time you sick, don't come over here. I said because you made me sick. So I was basically, talking to him, telling him that because I was really upset at him because he gave me the cold. And I have Alexa in my house. Okay. So I was talking to my brother, and you know what? Alexa came on and she told me I was rude.
There you go.
Yep. AI,
There you go.
And I said,
artificial
and I said,
intelligence,
what?
Yep.
And my
artificial
brother,
intelligence.
he heard it and he was like, she just told you you were rude.
Wow.
Well,
That's
she
I
that's
just
can I
fixed
can
it
that's
for
take
me
you
creepy.
too.
I can
Just
take you I can
FYI.
take you a step further. I can take you a step further. On my YouTube, one of the TikTok videos popped up. It was a female. I'm a heterosexual male. I like females. So she was dressed real nice, and it was like, like pretty much push this button to see what she does next. I pushed it. Now that's all I get is these videos of females dancing and twerking, and I don't want that.
Mhm.
I don't want that,
See?
but they
That's
they
like if you
constantly
search
feed it.
porn, and if you search up porn, That's gonna keep popping up
No,
on your feed.
no,
No?
no. I punched the
Okay,
video
sorry.
one time. I punched the video one time
That's all it
of a
takes is one time. That's all it takes.
yeah, no, no, no. I punched the video one time of a female dancing. Now I have 12 videos of females dancing. That's what I'm saying. The
Yeah,
algorithm.
that's crazy.
They
And
monitor
attack
everything we
you.
do. And do you know
And
what? With the rap industry, look at this. If you notice, look at the female rap. What type of women are they're letting be successful in female rap? All of these women are racially ambiguous looking women, are light complected women.
well, no,
Megan is the only dark complected woman they have really openly embraced in female rap.
Nope,
no,
nope.
I was
Look at
gonna
her
say
pictures. They trying to make
I,
her look like Nicki Minaj. Look at her pictures. Look at her pictures now.
I was gonna
She
say I
looks
was
just like Nicki Minaj. I'm
No,
sorry.
Megan's skin is still dark. Her
her
skin is
skin
still
is
dark.
not fully dark. She's a brown skin, so she's not dark skin. She's brown skin.
Well, okay, well, let me just say this. Black people, to me, are black. I don't believe in like colorism. Like I'm a lighter complected woman, but I consider myself as black. If I say something to someone, I hear black women all the time talking about they brown. We not brown, we black. I mean,
No, our culture is black, but there's nothing wrong to distinguish your tone. You gotta love
no,
your
but
skin tone.
that's how colorism. That is how colorism was created from white supremacy, from the color
Right.
depiction
No,
of your skin.
it's how you interpret that. My
No, no, no,
daughter,
no, 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 no,
I'm
no.
a little bit,
No,
What?
I'm a shade. I'm
No.
gonna
Why
just tell
was
you.
it? Why
I'm
was
gonna
it?
just tell you. Let me just say something. I
It's
have a
not true.
daughter
It's white
that's I
supremacy.
I have a daughter that's mixed, and I have a black daughter. So I have two cultures, and let me tell you, there's no difference. It's how the parent is. It's how the parent
no,
raises
no,
the
no,
kids.
no, no.
And
The light skinned child, she would be inside the house. The dark skinned child would be outside the house,
that's in the
never
past,
to
and
come
there is
in.
color.
And that's
There
white
is color.
supremacy.
No, no,
That's
no. And
white supremacy.
Yes.
there's colorism within my family, of course, right?
Black people come in all colors. We come in
But here's the
all
thing:
colors. That
my family
stems from
comes,
white
my
supremacy
my family comes in all different shades and colors, but there's still colorism within the family that's agreed upon, totally
because
agreed
it's white
upon.
supremacy.
But my daughter, she noticed. My little daughter, she's a a young girl. She looked in the mirror and she said, "Mom," she said, "Mommy," she goes, she's like, "Your shade," she's like, "You're a little bit lighter than me." I go, "Yes." I go, "You're dark, but your skin's beautiful." She's like, "I know." She's like, "I know," but she notices it. Kids notice that.
I don't entertain that kind of talk. I'm black. If somebody asks me, and I have people ask me something, where are you? Where you come from or whatever. I'm like, shit, I'm black. I'm black. Black people come in all colors. I don't believe in saying making a difference because a black person's skin tone is lighter than the other person. I mean, we're black. When the police shoot black people, they shoot lighter tone black people just like they shoot dark black people. At the end of the day, the way society sees you is they see you as a black person. Black people need to stop this colorism within our own community, and we need to just see ourselves as black. Also, biracial people make a difference, and they tend to blame darker skinned people. That infuriates me, as if their problem is because of dark complected people. That's your mama fault and your daddy fault. Because if you say you were treated differently because of your skin tone, it's probably because your parents didn't expose you to the black side of your family, and they should have. Stop blaming black people for some issues that you have. Oh, I was treated differently because I'm light skinned. If you were treated differently, they treated you better, because in the black community they think lighter complected is better than dark complected.
It's not just the black community, it's all communities.
Well, that's true
Every
too.
race, every single race is like that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, that you have to acknowledge, because it starts from childhood. It doesn't start from when you're an adult when you can think logically. It starts from childhood. where your child's going to come to you and say, why is this different? And you could say, Black people come in, like what I said to my daughter, Black people come in all different shades. Doesn't mean, but you notice the shades. You're not going to say, oh, don't notice it. You're just Black. No, that's not, kids are not going to take that. That's not being realistic. That's not being honest. Being honest and saying Black people come in all different shades. I'm this shade, your sister's this shade, your cousin's this shade, your auntie's this shade, all different shades. And she sees that and she accepts that. But if you just say, no, you're Black, don't worry about it, you're Black and everyone's Black, whoever's, you know what I mean, whoever's Black identifies as Black, it's not going to help the child. And that's why colorism starts, because children are just given that answer, you're Black, and
That's
they
not
don't
why
know.
colorism started. Colorism
Yes,
Right,
it is.
started because of
right,
white supremacy. Because white people
White
made a
right.
difference
supremacy,
between
but
black
white
people and
supremacy
white
is,
skin. It has nothing
but
to do with because no child asked you nothing. White supremacy was put in place so that white people could have the upper hand because they thought they were better, more superior than black people. And it's because you taught your child that there was a difference, and a lot of white people and other people teach their children to hate, teach their children to make a difference. I just do not believe the fact that children are born and then they start looking at each other and saying, oh, well, you look different. It's because
of course
somebody
they
said
do.
something to them. Somebody said something to them. And then they will question it when someone says something to them. But this is
Right.
all based in white supremacy. That's what it's based in. You can
It
call it
don't.
what you want, but it's based in
Right,
white supremacy.
right. It don't matter what you look like. If you got an ounce of black in you, Tiger Woods, you black. You black, motherfucker.
That's
You black.
he
facts.
does, he's not claiming his blackness though.
Mariah
He's not.
Carey, you got an ounce of black in you, you black.
That's facts.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, you're Black. Like, don't
Yeah,
confuse kids. You can't do that to
yeah.
people. You got to tell them, no, this is who you are.
Hey, do
This
do
is what
Tom
this is
Brady,
what
do
people
Tom
see.
Brady, do Tom Brady got an ounce of black in him? Nope, he white.
He white.
See, see how that work?
And how you know it's white supremacy, because people that believe in white supremacy, they don't consider Jewish people to be white,
No, but
although
Jewish,
their
like I
skin is
said,
white.
Jewish people, like I said, Jewish people are from Israel. Israel is close to Egypt. Egypt is
Nope,
Africa.
nope. They
Nah,
from
But
Egypt.
Poland.
Sorry.
They from
Who?
Poland.
that's true. They
Those?
are
Jew,
from
Oh,
Poland.
them,
those.
them,
Some of
them
them.
fake
Some of
Jews.
them. No,
Them fake
remember
Jews.
they went through their suppression and slavery where they were recruited. Some a lot of them are
Yeah, and
rich.
they start calling
Yes.
themselves Jews, like us.
And people
Yeah.
migrated to different places. You have to take it, if we're
Yeah.
going to go back to the beginning, they
Hmm.
migrated to different places or whatever. But even Hitler, he hated Jews, but he was half Jewish. One of his
Yeah.
parents was Jewish.
Yeah. I heard that. But he probably hated them for because of his half parents. A lot of kids out of hate because of their family members or something. It's internalized, and that's what I'm saying. Internalized racism and colorism starts within the home, because
It
there's no
does.
other
Now
whites. Because white supremacy
Hitler,
has already infiltrated our community.
It
So
is, that's facts.
I
it's
believe
there's
Hitler knew something about cultures that we do not know still
of
to this
course he
day.
did. He did. He did. He was extremely smart. He was a scientist.
He did.
And
He didn't want. He didn't want. He didn't want it. He wanted
he
to.
didn't want the culture. He didn't
He
want
wanted
to.
white. He wanted a pure Aryan white race. That's what he wanted.
But he's not doing anything different that they're doing in China, um, Indonesia. Many countries are doing this, where they're basically saying you could only, um, if you're going to live in our country, you have to have this amount of children, and you have to be married. You have to produce a Asian child. They're still doing that to this day.
And let me tell you something
Communism.
else. Out of all the races, let me tell you something.
Muslims do
Hispanic
that.
people. Hispanic people, they bring their kids up to look down on black people. Asian people, they bring their children up to look down on black people. A lot of white
Yes,
people, they bring their kids up to look down
Mexican,
on black women. Black
Mexican,
people are the only people that we don't teach that in our homes to our children. We don't.
right?
We do
We
not
don't.
teach that.
We don't be
No,
like
we're not
them
like that.
Mexicans. Them Mexicans is wetbacks. Them white people crackers. We don't teach that.
We don't teach that
No,
to
we
our
don't.
kids.
We
We do
don't.
not teach that.
Listen, every white person, because where I'm from is very multicultural, very like
Yeah,
everyone's very cultural here, and every white person I know says, listen, they can go into a room with a whole bunch of white people and they'll feel so uncomfortable sometimes. But
right,
if they go into a room with black people, it's just instant. They feel comfortable. They don't feel intimidated,
right, right.
and
They
it,
can get jiggy
you
with
know.
it. They can get
They
jiggy
can
with it
get
with us.
jiggy with it. Exactly. They know that their culture is uptight.
Because
They
we
know
don't
that.
teach that. We don't teach that to our kids. We don't raise our children up to hate anyone. We don't do that. And I never hear people say that, but those are the facts. But other races
Because
of people do that.
like you said, we internalize that slavery. So
That is so true. And I was so
instead of doing
upset
it to
when
others,
the whole
instead of
Asian
doing it to
hate thing
others,
and they were trying to make like black people hate Asians. I was like, where is this coming from?
no,
Nah,
But
nah.
they
no.
don't
We
like us
we eat
though. They
Chinese
don't like
food
us.
every day.
We eat that Chinese food.
They don't eat no grits and chitlins. I mean, they don't eat no greens and chitlins, do they? But we eat that Chinese food every day. We eat steak and lobster, like the Caucasians. Like nah, yeah, but they
Chow
don't. They don't
mein.
do the. They don't do the chitlins and ham hocks like we do. See?
And you know what else? It infuriates me, and I've gotten in arguments with people over this. The thing about it is, everything that black people, our ancestors, have fought for, all of these other groups of people benefit off of our ancestors and what we have fought for and continue to fight for. And they don't even help. They don't even say thank you. They don't come out and support us or anything unless they need our help. But white women are the most people that benefit off of the civil rights that our communities and our leaders fought for.
Right.
Hispanic
They don't
people,
even. They don't
Asian
even have to
people,
work. They don't even
Muslim
have to
people,
work.
they
I've worked
benefit
for.
off of our ancestors, what they lost their lives and fought for. But
I'm
everybody
a.
dislikes the black person.
I'm a paint contractor, a black paint contractor, and I work for mostly millionaires, and they're mostly Jews and whites. The white women are at home. They are soccer moms. They take care of the kids. They make the cookies for when the kids get off school. The husband is at the job around the clock, you know, and that's just the way it is. I mean, that's the way I see it. So, like
No,
with
that's how
me,
it
I'm
is. That's how it is.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I wanted to hey y'all, I'm back. I had to put my little
This is
baby
a
back
great
in
panel,
my
by the way. Thank you, host. Thank you very much. This is a great,
Yes,
great
this
panel.
is
Thank
Uh,
intellectual conversation.
well,
I
y'all, I
wanted
gotta
to
go. I
I
gotta
wanted
go.
to
So I'll talk to y'all some other time. King of Pain, thank you so much. I love you. And, I'll catch you on your next live. And guys, thank you. I really enjoyed talking to you guys, but
Okay.
I gotta go to
thank you,
bed.
ma'am. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am. God
you.
bless you.
Thank
God
you.
okay,
bless you.
guys.
Bye bye.
Have a good morning.
Thank you. You
You
too.
too.
No, I wanted to speak to the point that she was making, and you. What is your name? Gigi.
DJ. Yeah.
Gigi. Both of y'all's point were valid, and it goes on right here. In my house, I have three babies, and my youngest child is the darker of my other two, and on her dad's side of the family, I'm always going back and forward with them because she's cute as a button. She's very pretty. I mean, she's undeniably beautiful. I've gotten, like, even if I just post a picture of her, just random picture, modeling agencies will reach out to me and everything. So I don't doubt her beauty. The beauty is there. But it's always this sense of she's so cute to be so dark. And see, I catch everything. what do you mean she's so cute to be so dark? She's just a cute child. It has nothing to do
Right.
with her color. Exactly. And so that's why I wanted to say I catch both points. I get where both of you guys were coming from. To the point is to where now when they come around and we do family functions, at first they just didn't care, but once they seen, oh, she gonna go toe to toe with this conversation, she ain't gonna back down, she gonna get into a deep conversation with you, she gonna go all the way back to ancient mama days, since y'all are so embarrassed about the ancient mama, she gonna go there with you. So don't call that little girl black. Come here with your black self, come here little old black little old girl. No, don't do that. So sometimes, to your point, GD, it does come from right there in your household where they teach these colorism issues, but that's only created from white supremacy, because the dad side of the family has a lighter skinned cousin that doesn't even look
Right.
like the rest of the family, and she's the main one that used to say, come here with your black self, until I start checking her and letting her know you lack the melanin gene. So you're probably sitting over there in envy because you got about 3% of the melanin gene. If you go
Damn.
outside in the sun, you will burn. See, things that God made in the
Damn.
natural, in the
Yes, mommy.
nature, see, he didn't make us to burn. So don't come to my house thinking that your light, bright complexion, protection, privilege is gonna give you some ups. Cause see, I'm gonna let you know you the underdog over here with all this melanin, and it's really a undercover jealousy because y'all have always wanted that darker gene. See, cause everything light and bright ain't right, and everything dark and blackmail and blackball and black ain't bad neither. So don't come over here
Right.
with that. So when you come in here, if you want to give her a compliment, just tell my daughter she's a beautiful young lady. That black, bright light, pretty hair. Ooh, her hair is so nappy. No, see, it's what you call texture. See, I know you used to a straight line
Texture.
that don't have nothing to
Right.
go along with it. So don't come over here and tell, don't say the word nappy around her, cause she won't
You
even
know
have that.
what? You know what? They have to buy texture. It's called suntan lotion.
Thank
Synthetic
you.
melanin.
Thank
Synthetic
you.
melanin.
Thank you.
Synthetic melanin.
Thank
Say it
you know what?
again.
You know what? I have
Some
the same
melanin,
experience.
some
I have
melanin
this,
they tried to create in a lab that still don't
you
work.
know,
So all that texture and all that futurism that she sure, it scares you, don't you? To where now when this certain cousin come around, she don't even say stuff like that anymore. Yes, it do. Sometimes it does come from right there in your home where people make those racial slurs and they think that it's okay because you think you this light bright complexion protection cousin, and you always see that used to go on with my husband and y'all when y'all was kids. He was called the black one, and they didn't really know about their history. But see, he married somebody who, see, I know about my history, and you're not gonna come up in here and do none of that. So y'all ain't gonna be no. See, he ain't no underdog. I'm gonna make sure y'all know y'all the real underdogs, and we the top dog. You don't have no melanin. You don't come to no family functions at the barbecue in the summer because see, you're not really human like that because you burn at the sight of sun, and anything God made, He not gonna make you to burn at the sight of sun because sun is a natural ingredient. Since when God said, "Oh, I'm gonna create that sun for you to burn."
Right. Joseph, Mary, Peter, in the
Thank
bunch.
you. So don't come over here with none of that because you it no. I that's why I say now I see both sides because they no, and we not all just black because I have went to school to be a legal secretary and I typed faster. I noted faster. I picked up
60
all
words per minute.
everything better. But all of the girls
That's
who
right.
were lighter than me got jobs. They
of
never worked
course.
in administration because that's basically what a legal secretary do. They're the underdog to the paralegal, like the LVN is the underdog to the RN. You're the you do all the
Yeah.
same work that the RN do, but you actually do more work, but you're less paid. Just like the RN does more work than the doctor do, but they're paid less than the doctor. You understand where I'm going with
Right.
that?
Right. Right.
Oh
So
yeah. My mom's
Right.
my whole family are nurses. So I
So
know that.
if I have a background in administrative assistant and I've been working in customer service and doing insurance and billing and everything of that nature my entire life, and I go to school and I get a certificate to come behind it, how do girls that have only experience in retail get a job before somebody who has already worked in corporate America more than 10 years plus the certification? But when you put me side by side to those girls, my resume was longer. My
Right,
resume was better. My GPA was better. But the one thing that set me aside from them was my complexion. Even though
right.
to Miss Facts Lady, no, we not all just black because we come from different hues. And you have to
Exactly.
respect that the
You got
lighter
to
hue,
respect that.
yes, it does. It exists. I know that
Yeah.
and I understand where she was trying to go with that. But no, mama, you got to respect that because that does
Because you
I've
know your kids are going to come out different shades, and you got to respect their colors. And you can we're all black, yes, but we're going to come out in different shades, and you're beautiful no matter what, but you got to acknowledge it, you
you're
know.
all
this the
black in the
thing. This
household, but when you go out into the world outside your household,
right.
the world is going to let you know that the
And
Yes.
that's
hue
the
of
most
your
important point.
skin matter.
That's the most important point I was trying to
This
make,
this
because
this the
you
thing.
know you're going to come out, that young black girl, that dark skinned black girl needs to know how the world's going to interpret to her, how they're going to see her. And that mother or father has that duty to tell that young girl as she grows at an appropriate age that the world's not going to view you this way because you have this kind of skin, you have this beautiful dark skin that the world doesn't see as beautiful
See,
sometimes.
see, it's power. It's power in that.
It's
And this is
power.
what I mean. Yeah, it's power. And this is what I mean by that. Like I say, I work for millionaires and Jews and a whole bunch. I painted their houses. I worked on millions of dollars worth of projects, over 3,000 projects in my life. I'm 48 years old. But
Mm,
you ever,
Congratulations to
you ever,
you.
thank you. And I've raised
yes,
three daughters. Yeah.
good.
And
Congratulations.
thank you. But you ever walk into an all white board meeting with suits and ties? So you just going in there maybe to bring some donuts or some coffee or to get you some coffee or some donuts. And everybody get quiet. See,
I
that's
work
that
in that
power.
environment. I work
That's
in that
that
environment.
power. That's
That's
that
the
power.
kind
And
of environment I
And
work in.
Mexicans
Man,
and
I can
Mexicans
tell you
Mexicans do it to you
stories.
too. Mexicans do it to you too. When you walk around in a circle, they get quiet. Because that's that power.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's that
And when
power.
you
It's
walk, like we
hey,
know you got
be
that
And it
quiet. Be quiet. It's a black man around here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
no,
sorry.
why?
I'm
It's
emotional. I'm
okay. It's
emotional about
okay.
this topic
It's okay.
no, no, it's
because
true.
it happens to me all the time. Now it's happening between me and my constituencies, my own, because of like she said, colorism. Oh, that one he think he too good. He know how to talk like white folks, so he better than us.
Listen, I
Yeah,
called into another show, and they told me I
yeah.
sound too white. They thought I was a white woman.
Oh,
And I'm like,
I'm guilty. I thought you were a white woman. I'm guilty.
yeah.
I
I
did.
And
knew she
see, and
wasn't.
it's just
I knew she wasn't. I
I
knew she
did.
wasn't.
no, it's because I'm from Canada and we speak with a different dialect. We sound more white, I guess.
Right,
But
right,
that's how we speak because we're from an English country. Like it's
right. The
our slaves
King's
were,
English. The
yeah,
And
King's English.
the
You speak the
queen and all
King's
that
English.
crap.
I was
Yeah,
Yeah.
listening to
you don't speak any slang.
another
Oh yeah,
point.
we speak. Okay,
Well,
that's
they
what I'm
speak
saying.
slang. Don't do
In
that.
Canada, it's multicultural. So like in Toronto here, it's filled with like Jamaicans,
You
basically
don't speak as
Jamaica.
much slang as me. I'm from St. Louis,
No,
Missouri.
we speak slang, but our slang is like from the Caribbean, from the we'll say like bomba clot
Right.
or
Yeah,
wagwan.
rise and
That's how
Yeah,
ride.
that's
yeah.
how we
Right.
talk. Or
Like
we say
from the
Okay.
island slang.
the mans them, like gangster boy them, we call them the mans them.
Right. Rude
There's our
boy,
own slang.
Bobby.
Yeah, because it's more Caribbean slang, you know?
Okay.
Right.
But we
But I
do talk
wanted
with like
to
American slang too. We have American slang and then Canadian slang, but Canadians say A. They might say A, A. You might hear
Yeah.
A. Yeah,
Right.
a
A. You might hear that once in a while. But we're very cultural here. That's why, like Drake. Tory Lanez. The reason why they're so good is because they took a lot of our music, like our like Jamaican music, Caribbean music, soca music. They took that and
Yep.
they put that into the aspect of rap music.
Yep.
I'm telling you,
Yeah. I
I
already
I
know. I already
I
know.
used I don't even like telling people this, but I used to know Drake. He used to pick me up. I used to go to the clubs and hand out his mixtapes, his flyers. He used to pick me up right from his house in his Hummer. And
Mm.
Good
then
old good
he
good
was
old
18. He was
good
18. He
old
couldn't get
Aubrey.
into the clubs. Yeah, I know him.
Good
I
old
don't like
Aubrey.
telling people. I don't know him. I met him twice. He's picked me up from my home. And I used to just go and give out because he couldn't get into the clubs. But sometimes he used to get into the clubs. I went into the studio with him. He used to hang out with guys on the dance floor.
Yeah.
I know all his crew. Like Toronto's small.
Yeah.
Everyone
I
kind of
don't
knows
know
each
him.
other.
I don't know him, but I know what he is. He ain't nothing but Colonel Sanders, the KFC. Colonel
Oh,
Sanders sold Kentucky Fried Chicken to KFC Corporation shit 30, 50 years ago. And all Colonel Sanders was the poster boy. He was just a picture to the food. Drake.
Drake. No, but like Tory, a lot of people know Tory. A lot of people know him and they love him
Yeah, a lot
here.
of people know Tory now.
Well, they know him now in the States, yeah. Well, like here's the thing. Um, like our culture here, I can see how these guys will pull a gun on you in 2 seconds. Like, that's what I know, you
You're not
know?
supposed to have guns in Canada though, right?
But they do. We're not, they did, you know what? They just made a law where they passed that you can't have a gun at all. You can't even buy a gun, registered gun.
Right, right,
Wow.
right,
But
right.
there's so many guns on the streets anyways, because
They
we have our
hey,
gangs.
they come from Detroit.
They come from Detroit, all of them. All of them. And they come through BC. Like all the guns come from British Columbia. Like there's lots of guns on the street. That's why they're
Yeah,
banning it.
y'all got a little mafia up there too. I know about that shit.
No, we have Bloods and Crips here. Um, you
Nah,
know,
y'all got a mafia.
not like it's our streets. Like it's not bad.
Uh, the cigarette mafia.
Probably,
Uh-huh. Yeah,
probably. This Toronto's becoming a little mini New York City still. Like
right.
it's like it's becoming like a New York City when it's bustling, right? It's an
Y'all got
expensive
people
city.
smuggling cheap. Y'all got people smuggling cigarettes up there, buying them for cheap in the U.S. and selling them in Canada.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, yeah, I know that.
because everyone here is just in Toronto. I feel like the mental health. There's a huge mental health issue. A lot of homeless people.
Really?
Lots of drugs. Yep.
Same
Wow.
thing going on over here in the States. Been going on for centuries.
But basically, they're saying that we're becoming like the states. That's what they're fearful of. They're fearful that we're
Mm.
becoming more Americanized, but there's nothing you can do, right?
Hey, you are part of North America. That's what they
We are
call
North
us.
America. Yeah, no, we are.
That's what they call us, North American niggas.
I don't know what black people are going to do. This has been the craziest. Black people, I don't know. I don't know if there's any solution because I don't know what the
Hey,
solution
all
is.
we gotta do, all we gotta do is everybody that's black gotta put down their guns and hit the street. And anybody kill the next black person, get their hands completely chopped off. That's all we gotta do.
So
It's
like
simple.
so have our own police.
We
No, the
are
only
our own
thing we
police.
gotta do is stop letting them divide us and conquer
Yeah,
us. If we
yeah.
do
All we
our
gotta do is hit
real,
the streets and put them guns on the fucking ground
but if we
and
stay,
hit them streets.
if we stay united, do you know how much power it would be in us just uniting? We wouldn't have to chop nothing off because we would all be together as one. They wouldn't be
Uh,
able to divide us with any type of violence or anything.
So
You
how
seen it three
how are we
times.
gonna unite?
You seen it 3 times. You seen it with the Million Man March
Mm,
in the '90s. and then you
Mm-hmm.
seen it with the Mike Brown riots here in St. Louis, where I'm from. That was right
Mm-hmm.
up the street from me. And then you seen it again with George Floyd.
Yeah.
Mm.
When we figured out this
That
Or
was
was
what
called an
about Rodney
uprising.
King? Rodney King too.
Yeah, yeah, the L.A. riot, 1992. That was called an uprising.
Yeah.
Uprising
Oh,
eh,
okay.
from the
Okay.
government
yeah,
to where the government couldn't even handle the people.
Mm.
they not really supposed to handle the people. We supposed to be our own government. That's what I believe. The government has
Govern
too much
govern
power.
means to rule. Govern means to rule, and ment means mental. Rule,
Mental.
mental.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to realize our words, all our words are very powerful. They come from an origin, every single word. And if we look at every little word, they tell us to go to get books from the library, all these things, the lies that they'll feed to us. Because
Tell
they're not
lie
telling us,
vision.
yeah, tell lie vision, tell us,
No,
music,
televised
music
program.
makes you sick. Like, I believe all that stuff is related. Words are
Hey,
very related to you.
you work throughout the week until those last 3 days, Friday,
Is there
Saturday, and
music
Sunday.
playing?
You
I thought
weekend.
I was the only one who heard that.
No,
It's
that's not me.
not. It's King Kane playing music.
Okay. So playing music because it's the end of our show. Wrapping it up, you guys. It was so much fun hanging out with you guys. I hope you guys all come back tomorrow night for day 8 of the trial. Megan Thee Stallion versus Tory Lanez. Yeah, it's fun, but I gotta go get some rest. I gotta get early. So good night,
Okay.
Thank you.
everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Good night,
We'll see you
guys. It was
tomorrow.
great
Good
talking
night.
to
Good
y'all.
morning, everybody.
Morning, is that a good word?
Later.
Later.